in a 7-match series. It's bright and sunny here at the National Cricket Stadium in Grenada, St. George's, Grenada, and the weather promises to be fine indeed. A little early on this morning, we had a shower at about 20 minutes past 3, but that in no way inhibited the conditions here at the National Stadium. So we will in fact give you the lineup for the England under-19. We should let you know that the toss already has been spun, and England under-19, they've won the toss and decided to bat. Fahan Ahmed, of course, who is the captain, Joe Moores, Ben Dawkins, Isaac Mohammed, Ben Mayes, Caleb Falconer, Ralphie Albert, Seb Morgan, Jack Nelson, James Mintu, Manny Lumsden. That's the 11 for this match. Say good morning to Raphael Crony. Raphael, good morning.
Yeah, good morning, Stevenson, and all our listeners, wherever you are following us from. It's, as you said, it's beautiful down here at National Stadium in Grenada, and we all anticipate a very keen contest in this first encounter.
Absolutely. For the West Indies, Joshua Dawn, the captain, Zachary Carter, Jakeem Pollard, R.J. Gittins, Jaquan Bell, Ernesto Fontaine, Jonathan Van Lang, Vital Laws, Tyreek Bryan, and Kunal Tilokani. That's the 11 for the West Indies. So the umpires are out. The West Indies players, they're out also. And soon we'll be seeing the very first ball of this match. A series, I would think, Raphael, which is very important for the West Indies in preparation for the upcoming World Cup and also for the visiting English youth team.
Yeah, very important series for West Indies. They certainly want to really sharpen all the edges, make sure that they are really right up there to really compete for the World Cup series. So therefore it will be a really important series, and one expect that the players going to really grasp this opportunity with both hands as they look to really be very competitive in this tournament.
Yes, very much. Beautiful sunshine here, National Stadium, which underwent quite a bit of work over the last year or so, Raphael, and a lot of repair work has been done, and it looks much like what it was yesteryear.
Yeah, tremendous. As you know, a lot of work was done in preparation for the Australia-West Indies test.
So here's the first ball of the match. One that is outside the off stump.
Yeah, just going back to the preparation for the test match, and following that, more work has been done. As you would have realized, they are now presently looking to install lights, and a lot of work has been done in preparation for that. So certainly we're looking to bring the stadium up to standard international game, both day and night games.
So it's Dawkins facing up to Pollard.
White ball.
Ball delivered down the leg side. Good diving take down the leg side. Partially stopped. So first runs on the board. Bad delivery down the leg side. And the batsman, in fact, did scamper through for a single.
Yeah, and having a look at the pitch this morning does look very good. One expect that, as we have seen, first couple deliveries, Pollard has been able to get some bounce off the wicket, just throwing a little bit, one outside the off stump, the next one shortish down the leg side. So you just probably need to just pull the length up a little bit, so much maybe just on the short side, but just starting his first over will certainly want to look to get his length right.
He's near to Isaac Mohammed. Comes forward. So we've got the pair of Mohammed and Dawkins. They would obviously want to get the sight in. It's early days. The don't really know how this pitch will play. That's why it's so important for your first two, your opening pair, to set the stage, set the foundation for what would follow.
Well, I think the good thing is that there were two practice matches on this trip. Not necessarily this trip they are playing on, but at least they would have an indication. Particularly England, they played on did very well. So 316 and Dawkins in particular, he was able to score 100, came out not out. So it does seem to possess great ability, good talent.
Yeah, a couple of practice matches before the series got underway. So Pollard, left arm seamer, tall figure. Just two slips, and there is a third man. Squarish cover, extra cover to mid-off. Oh, that's a bad miss by the keeper, and they go through for what the umpire would signal a bye. Maybe that didn't quite carry to him as anticipated. But it is probably the coolest that we've had for the year. It's been rather humid here in Grenada and in many of the Caribbean territories. But when it comes down to around November into December, the cold front from North America makes its way down to the Caribbean. Good, nice cooling effect. It's always, of course, important, and teams do like the left-handed, right-handed combination. Of course, where the bowler will have to change his line, and sometimes, according to the batsman, would have to change length too. It is a challenge for bowlers, and Pollard will find that as there is the left and right combination.
That's over.
So that's the end of the first over, and at the end of the over, England under 19, they're through without loss.
Yeah, Pollard, they just seem to be struggling a bit, not really getting the length right. You know, a number of those deliveries were wide off the off stump, but didn't really force the batsman to play. And I think you just probably need to concentrate a bit more in terms of getting length and line, and then try to develop some pace as he continues bowling. But nothing extraordinary happening that over. As I said, he just needed to force the batsman to play a lot more.
Yeah, that's so important, of course, as a fast bowler. As a bowler as a whole, you want to make the batsman play, especially early in his innings. You don't want to give him sighters where he could just allow the ball to go by. Get it close to the body, let him play.
But what have been pretty evident in that first over, being able to get the ball bounce quite a bit. Most of the deliveries coming in just around on the shoulder.
Here's Giddens with his first delivery. Short delivery, looking to pull that behind square on the leg side. There's a lot of chattering going on there, Arigel. Of course, very early in the game where players are encouraging one another. Tends to subside a little later on in the innings, of course, when the energy level is sapped a bit.
Well, what also you will find happening if they are beginning to pick up wickets, it will continue. But let's say the batsmen are building partnership. That is where it tends to stall a bit, but they will be hoping to pick up some early wickets, West Indies.
In the air, and goes down to the covered boundary. They will come back for the second. They hustle. They get it. Pushed at that, not quite to the pitch. But it was safe, airborne. And they scampered for two.
Yeah, Hawkins Dawkins is just pushing at that delivery outside the off stump, and as the left, the right-hander just taking it, but taking it high up on the bat and going through that gully position, maybe just to the left of the gully. 2 slips in a gully. Picked up 2.
Yeah, that was a much better delivery, right on target. Of course, when you bowl wicket to wicket refill, all the various modes of dismissal, well, some of them come into play. You think about the leg before, the cut. When it's sprayed too much, it certainly will negate being bowled or leg before.
Yeah, very good point you made there. You give yourself more option being straight to the wicket. Probably if a ball misbehave, because you are attacking the stumps, you give yourself really good opportunity in terms of leg before and so forth. It also means that the batters have to be technically correct, as probably would have seen maybe in the series at the West Indies level. If you're not, and I think that's one of the things that we can come back to that. And that's one of the things we can speak about in terms of attacking the stumps. If you're not technically correct, you will find most of the time you could play around the ball, or you leave room between bat and pad. I think that was clearly seen in the Test match West Indies England when we look at some of our batters in terms of how they out, and it shows up some weakness in some of the techniques. So I think it's important.
Drives well. That's a fine shot. That's a really good shot. They're going to come back for the second run. Got to the pitch of it too. It was half volley. Didn't look to hit it too hard. He drove it sweetly through the extra cover area. And the batsmen were able to pick up 2 welcomed runs.
Yeah, more on a stroke through the covers. Yeah, and he didn't really go full-blooded. You reach for it, sort of. And as we have seen in the previous delivery, he's reaching for that delivery outside the off stump. You're sort of cautious as you reach for it and push it through the covers, and picked up 2. But we have seen first over being bowled by Gittins, not as quick as Pollard. Certainly his line is where you want to keep bowling, that line with the ball leaving the right-hander.
Yeah, he's right on target with this one. Just push the batsman on the back foot. But Mohammed does look as though he has time to spare. And those are some of the things you look at with players, how early they're able to pick up the line of the delivery, line and length. That's so critical. And the really good players are those that will pick up the line and length very quickly and make the necessary adjustment. Oh, that was a good delivery. Just sort of, I thought he played it well in the end. Just dropped the hand and allowed the ball to go through.
Yeah, and this one just seemed to have stayed down a bit as Mohammed coming forward. And rather quiet period. I just lost the sun just for a bit, probably.
Yes, this is a good little teasing line and length just outside the off stump. That's when the batter will have to determine, should I play, should I not? You've got to be a very good judge of the ball, especially when it's new and if it's seaming around. And that's one of the things that these young players will have to learn. They're going to learn in the process of time.
Yeah, we have seen Pollard really developing some pace, and it's very clear he's much faster than Gittins. But approaching this over seem to be much better, just off stump line. The length is probably just a little better, bringing it up a bit. But the focus really seemed to be hitting off stump, just outside the off stump, and it's important that you keep being consistent on one line with 2 slips and third man on the boundary. Cover, extra cover.
So Pollard will move in again.
White ball.
Ball wayward outside the off stump. And the batsman just allow it to go by. A sort of shadow shot, so to speak, but with no conviction.
And we have seen that delivery just a little bit too wide, but we've seen the movement of that ball leaving the left-handed batter as he was looking to push at it. But we've seen clear movement there. I think this is one of the deliveries that the first one I've seen that move that much.
In the air. And that's gone all the way. Did it go all the way? Yes, it did. Well, he got onto that one and lifted it behind square in the offside, and it went all the way. It was a short of catch it, but I thought he hit it well.
Yes, we've seen the shortish delivery again, and the batsman Mohammed was able to get under it and lifted it, more or less steered it, and it went over the third man fielder. Just had to stand and look at it go over his head, but again, just a little bit too short, and the batsman gave him room. Good positive shot played by Mohammed.
Yeah, really lovely. Well played. And then used the pace of the ball well. Got under it and lifted it over the third man area.
That's over.
This time he's driving and missed. The over comes to an end. End of Pollard's second over. And England off to a good start after 3. They're 15 without loss.
Yeah, Pollard just completed his second over. He went for 9 runs. Again, I would love to see him bring the ball up a little bit more, just a little bit on the short side. But what was evident in this over, he kept it, his line was good off stump. I think what is important is just the length to get it right. But as you said, good positive start. None of the batsmen seem to be in any difficulty. And again, we could speak about the way the pitch is playing. We've seen a couple ball just staying down. But really is no alarm or no danger.
Turn neatly out on the outside by Dawkins. Gets a single. So this is a good positive start by England. They'll want to obviously set a good platform, good foundation on which they can build. And it's so important, Raphael, that you off to a good start. The opening pair is so important to any team. They set the stage for what would follow after. And I think that's what Dawkins and Mohammed, they're seeking to do.
Yeah, very important to have set a good platform. And it instill also confidence in the rest of the batters coming in on a good platform, coming in a great deal of confidence.
No ball. Yeah, overstepping. This is going to be a free hit. It's a cardinal felony by any bowler when you're into this version of the game, this limited over version. You don't want to overstep. And so here's a free hit coming up. First one of the match. Let's see what Mohammed is going to do with it. Slaps it down to the mid-off area. And they get a single.
Yeah, it just seemed to be a slow delivery, and Mohammed was only into the shot. It went bouncing down to that extra cover. So only picking up a single from that free hit.
Yeah, the thing is, Raphael, very often when batters get a free hit, the mindset by many players is to see how hard they can hit the ball. Sometimes you lose your shape and timing. Turn neatly down the backward square for a single. But it's so important to maintain the basics. And when I say maintain the basics, even if it is a free hit, it doesn't mean it's all muscles. But rather, if you can time the ball well, often it's more productive than trying to hammer it, beat the leather off it. Well bowled, well bowled. Coming in to the left-handed batsman, driving and beating the driving bat. Well bowled.
Yeah, good delivery there from Gittins. Pitching seemed to be just outside, coming back a bit. That actually went between the bat and the stumps. There, Mohammed looking to drive maybe some way through extra cover, mid-off.
And that's why I thought Pollard was a little guilty of not bringing the ball further up. It's new. It would swing a little bit. Allow the ball to do what it should do as a new ball. And that is to come off the turf fast and also to swing a bit in the air.
Yeah, good line bowling by Gittins, bringing the ball into the left-handed batsman, and just pitching on a good length. And this one crushing into the pads again, probably going down the leg side. But you could see that he's really getting the ball to move from outside the off stump back into the left-handed batsman. And what he's doing, trying to keep it up, not to bowl short, but have him play on the front foot.
Good diving stop there. Cover point. Got on top of that one and was looking to cut it behind square. The over comes to an end. Good solid start by England on the 19th. 19 without loss after 4.
Yeah, good over bowl there by Gittins. I thought that he really was able to really hit his length and concentrating on moving the ball a bit. And we have seen 2 deliveries in that particular over really cut back in and have the batsman in some difficulty. I think they just need to, keep the length right. It's not very hot. The condition is slightly overcast, but good condition. And they would want to use a condition to assist in whatever movement they could get all in innings.
Ball back off a leg. Played very well. Just got on the toes and opened the face of the bat in the process. Angled it. Dawkins down to third man. Brought up his 6th run.
So just info, Mohammed himself in that practice game, he scored 62 of 56 deliveries, and he had some 3 maximum and 5-4. So again, that's one of the players that really I guess England would be looking at in terms of going forward.
Dropping short of the field at mid-off. Heart might have been in his mouth for a short while. I think he was looking to be up the back foot to pull and got him in no man's land, so to speak. Ball might have just come on to the batter a little faster than I expected.
Yeah, I believe so. The ball was not short enough to really pull. But he seemed as though he was on his front foot looking to use his feet. and it ended up a sort of nothing shot that came off the bat and just lobbed short of the field at mid-off.
Well, a little bit of a scare there. One slanting down the leg side. Leg by. They've scampered for and just been a bit inconsistent. It's Pollard.
Yeah, but again, good thinking. One have to give him a little credit. It was a slow delivery. Again, the line just trained down the leg side there. But you can see that Dawkins was only into the shot, and he just came off the pad and just rolled on the onside. They pick up a single.
Yeah, the intent was good, but
Yeah.
you've got to be well directed with the slow ball. No, who's going off? You know, one of the players just seemed to
Yeah,
be
it seems as though Pollard.
Yeah, I just wondered whether he hurt himself. Maybe he's just going to get some attention from the physio.
Yeah, and that particular delivery that you go last, so you could see that it was much slower. So I'm wondering if it's not something that he felt. Just happened to deliver that delivery and then turned and walk off. We will get a report on him. But someone's going to continue the over.
Change, right arm over.
Umpires Tuckett and Brathwaite officiating. Umpire Brathwaite, who in fact had retired from the ICC panel and probably just decided at age 56 to live a much quieter life.
So number 16 jersey, based on what you see in his mill-up, or we just want to confirm. And push down on the offside, first delivery. So he's continuing. He has 3 deliveries to bowl in this over. 22 without loss. England is into the 5th over. Remember, England won the toss earlier today, and he decided to take first strike.
Sean Bell. They get a single as the ball just opens the face on the bat and glides it down to third man, gets a single. So this is a good steady start by England under 19. An important series for these two teams. Goes as a build-up for the upcoming under 19 World Cup. All the teams will be vying for the coveted trophy.
Not out. Over.
So that's the first over produced by Shaquan Bell. Steady over. Just one run coming from it.
Yeah, he had about just 3 deliveries to complete this over. But again, you can see that he's keeping the ball up to the bat. The final delivery right up. And the batsman, Mohammed looking to steer it somewhere down to third man. Made no contact. It just seemed to be an aggressive bowler. Seemed to be hitting the deck pretty hard.
I just wondered what may have happened to Pollard, and that's not a good sign. Hopefully it's not anything untoward or too bad that would keep him out for an extended period. Wide signal by the umpire on the left side. Gittins. Coming from round the wicket and seeking to push the ball into the left-handed batsman.
You just need to continue the line that you have been bowling previous over. You want to take that delivery further to the off stump, just outside the off stump. And as I said, a good thing to have the batter coming on the front foot. Another wide delivery.
Yeah, it's going to be important for these West Indian bowlers to keep it as tidy as possible. Don't be spraying it all over the place. It's going very important. Extras do play a major role. And they're already gone to 9. That's too many.
That's the sort of link here you want to be hitting there. We see Mohammed looking to drive, ball comes into him, probably just taking the inside edge onto the pad. But again, it was in such a length that it was not there to drive, and he couldn't really play on the back foot. So the ideal length that you want to be bowling with the ball moving into the batsman.
Turned up on the onside for a single. So these two have started very well for England under 19 in Dawkins and Mohammed. They've shown a mixture of aggression and defense. They've looked tidy so far.
Well, just coming off the practice game that they played against the West Indies team, these were two of the batters that scored well, and big score 316. So I guess they would be very confident. It's important to get. Actually, I think the opening stand was somewhere in the region of 160. No, I think I have that one wrong. Yes. They were a big opening stand. Maybe I could just confirm the openings, the amount that they scored. But they both played very well. Actually, Dawkins retired.
Wide signal by the umpire. Much too wide. Didn't get his radar right, Gittins. He's none for 13 so far in 2.3. And again, we say how important it is for you to get your line and length right early. Set the stage. Let the batsmen realize that you want them to play. Put pressure on them. Aggressive intention there by Mohammed to a short delivery outside the off stump. Yeah, it's nice to see Gregory Brathwaite, who expressed the desire to give younger individuals the opportunity to excel in the art of umpiring, but still around and giving his services to that very important arm of cricket. Well bowled, just pushes the batsman onto the back foot. Gregory Brathwaite. Well, I was surprised, Rachel, that he retired from international cricket.
Well, not necessarily. I think that yes, it's not often that you find that umpires resign very early. One would think of Billy Doctorow. After a period of time, you feel that you have done enough, and you just feel maybe it's time to begin to give some more time to the family, because it does take a lot. Umpiring in terms of the traveling and the movements. Lovely shot, short delivery and Mohammed was on the back foot and played it smoothly down to backward point. He rushed across the boundary for 4. But again, shortish in length there from Gittins, and the right treatment, Mohammed had 4 more to score.
Yeah, hit that well, went right on top of it, and smacked it for 4. Well, he's not for 17. 3. 32 without loss.
Yeah, just going back to the umpiring, it's a lot of work. I mean, a lot of traveling, and you have to be in this sun for the whole day. It's not very easy. After a period of time, one would expect, you reach a stage where you think it's enough, and you need some more time. So, and he has been doing this for quite a long time. I think he's also involved in training with some of the younger umpires. So.
Ball at 9:40.
Yeah, so that's nice.
In about 8 minutes.
But again, just giving his services
Yeah, thanks.
so that the younger umpires, he can certainly pour into them and give them exhortations and encouragement where deemed necessary. Ball inadvertently going back, square on the leg side. That's not where he wanted it to go. Might have been a bit of inward movement, taking the inner portion of the bat and going just behind square on the offside. Shaquan Bell. He's given 2 slips, and a third man, squarish cover, extra cover and a mid off, mid on, mid wicket.
Yeah, and what Bell seemed to be doing really is to keep the ball up to the bat, and he's creating some doubts. Again, that delivery, Mohammed looking to drive and really wasn't to the pitch of it. It came into him and ended up playing it to mid wicket. But we have seen that he's keeping the ball up to the bat, and really in doing so really gives himself some good opportunity for movements and batsmen having to come on the front foot. There's a degree of doubt that goes with that, whether you're to the pitch or whether you're in a position to play shots. Once again, ball right up, he's looking to drive and into the pads.
Yeah, didn't make a few exploratory steps down the track, looking maybe to get it on the half volley, and the ball was just about on the leg stump. Probably trying to clip that over the mid-wicket area. But they're going at a steady pace. They're at 5.08 runs per over. And this is the early stage into the power play. Beautifully bowled. I think he's doing a few things right here. Keeping the ball on a good line, good length too. A bit of variation also.
Yeah, very good link and a slow delivery. And Mohammed there was only into the shot and into the pad.
And how important and how potent it is a weapon these days, the slow ball, particularly in the shorter version of the game. Although I dare say it's something that test match bowlers should employ a bit more. Well bowled, well played. Out to mid-off. Yeah, we find and we can understand it, Refill, where many of the bowlers are employing the slow balls if you're a fast bowler. But you don't see it very much in test match cricket. And I think it's something that bowlers would want to look at. Employ that very important, potent delivery, the slow ball. Get it into your armory. Yeah, so this has been a very good steady over. Over has come to an end. Well bowled by Bell. And 33 without loss. Although the West Indies on the 19 would be a bit worried with the extras being 10 out of 33. That's rather healthy.
Yeah, quite a bit of extras, and they will really want to cut them on the extras. But very good over bowl by Bell. I think is probably his best over, and you can see him creating some doubt in the batsman's mind, being able to keep the ball up to the bat and just moving it into the batsman. It really has been a good over.
Slice down to third man. Gets a single. And these are names, obviously, that you'll hear, I would think, later on. The Dawkins and the Mohammeds, when players like Juru and others go out from the international scene, these are the ones that will have to take up the reins. They are so important.
This is why this tournament is so important. On the 19 tournament,
Just looking to help that, and was airborne for some time, got it down to the deep square boundary. They were able to cross for the single. But yes, it's so very important to have these tournaments and a World Cup on the 19 championship, setting the stage for these young players to follow in the footsteps of the senior ones, and it's always good for cricket. And that's why there must be investments in the younger players in all the territories wherever cricket is being played. It's important to expose these young players to as much cricket as possible, competitive cricket that is.
yeah, and as you look at test teams, I think and all around the world, this is where you get your next set of players for. Most of the team will be looking at their under 19 stage, where they will probably get the next set of players to represent your senior team. Therefore, I know that West Indies will be looking closely at these players. England will be looking closely at the under 19 players, because obviously they would be hoping that the next Giroud would come from this team. Probably our next Brian Lara will come from this team. So this tournament is important, really important for development, for the players themselves, and you really give them, put them in a really good position to really take off. And I would think that each of these players will want to really do very well.
Yeah, many of the top players over the years started at the youth level, then graduated into the senior level, driven up to mid-off. Yeah, you think of from the West Indies perspective, players like Carl Hooper, Junior Murray, Jeff Dujon. They traveled with the West Indies team back in 1974, young West Indies team. Emerson Trotman also went with that team. Lockhart Sebastian, who scored a century for the West Indies in the 3-test series. In the air, that's going to go all the way. Short, onto the back foot. And he lifted it imperiously over the backward square area, and that's gone all the way for 6. That was a lovely shot. Got right on the wrist and lifted it. Didn't seek to roll the wrist over it, and went for the maximum.
Yeah, good shot there by Mohammed. Shortish in length, and he was quickly in the position. Gittins is not at very fast. Bell not at very fast. Or he got into position really quickly and lifted it over backward square. So yes, it is his second maximum, second 6. And England moves to 42 and after 8 overs. Both batters looking more and more confident.
Yeah, they haven't had any real scare. Yeah, we talked about players, Raphael, who had gone through the youth level from a West Indies perspective. Local Junior Murray, former West Indies wicketkeeper batsman, also went through the West Indies on the 19 and graduated to the test match. Clipped nicely through the mid-wicket area, will come back for the second. They do so quite comfortably. Dawkins getting one on the pad and just turning it nicely to a straightish mid-wicket.
Yeah, over pitch on the pad and just pushed it. No aggression, just ease it through that mid-wicket between mid-wicket and mid-on, and ambled for a second run. He's on 12 and so far faced 19 deliveries. And Mohammed, the aggressor of the two, 22 from 31 deliveries.
And I've moved the extra cover and placed him at a short mid-wicket. Yeah, they made this quite easily, and that went all the way to the boundary. Didn't look just like a push, didn't it?
Yeah, but he made it was a slow delivery, and I think he was only
So
into the shot.
Let's look at this. Yeah, might have taken more the inner portion. Looking to push the ball on the onside and just messed that up. Went over the boundary line for 4.
Yeah, bad miss by the fielder on the third man boundary there. Just a little bit casual there. Ball bounced off his hand and going into the ropes.
But it was a good delivery. Well ball by Bill. Was just maybe looking to push that on the onside. The ball took the outer portion and went down to the boundary for 4. This time gets onto the back foot and punches it down to the extra cover area, and will come back for the second. Short delivery, got right on top of it, up on the toes, and punched it nicely. So the 50 coming up for England on the 19. Good start. Dawkins 18, Mohammed 22, and the run rate 5.88. So you don't want a better start than this. 50 or 52 balls, 44 minutes of batting.
Yeah,
well played.
Good start by England. 50 without loss. It's the sort of platform they'll want to set. As I said before, both batters looking fairly confident. It'll be hard work for West Indies.
Yeah, with a platform like that being established, built 50 without loss, you don't want anything better than that. Good opportunity for England on the 19 to push on. They will be looking for something over 250, 275, and possibly 300 with this start that they've got. Yeah, admittedly, it's early days.
Yeah, they would be. Yeah, I do believe that they wouldn't be looking for anything less than 275. As I said before, and just to confirm that 316 England made was against Grenada on a 25 team. And they would have get their first feel of the pitch in that particular practice game. Both of these players would have done well, 100, 162.
Yeah, I would reckon that the players themselves would be very happy to be here in Caribbean weather. Over comes to an end. 50 without loss. And it's beginning to be, well, it is cold in England now, isn't it, Rico?
Yeah, I think it's beginning to. Well, it is cool there, so they certainly would relish the weather that they are having down here now, in this part of the world. But just looking at them practice and moving around, you could see what I noticed is the sort of commitment, the seriousness, the sort of professional approach in terms of the way they do things. Uh, that was pretty evident in the practice session that we have seen them have a while over here. So they just seem to be enjoying the time that they are here. And as you said, Stevenson, later on, certainly we're going to hear from probably the manager, probably the captains, just to get an indication in terms of how it has been period of time they are here.
Yeah. Well, you played in England, did you, Raphael? In your younger days, didn't you?
Yeah, I did. I think that was in 77. Yeah, I think that was in the heat of cricket, really.
In the air,
Down to mid off, first wicket.
and the catch has been taken. So Pollard has come back and reaped the reward. Well, we were wondering whether, in fact, that the injury or whatever discomfort he had would have left him off the field for quite some time, but he has come back and has picked up the important wicket. Isaac caught Gittins, the bowling of Pollard for 22, and so the West Indies under 19 they've struck.
Yeah, and it's so important that he came back and his first delivery is up to the bat. And yeah, and there was Mohammed looking to drive, and only he was able to get it to mid off. And Gittins taking a rather simple catch. Just had to make some height, but take it comfortably. Again, it proves the importance of trying to get the ball up to the bat and not being consistently short as he was before he got the injury.
Yeah. So West Indies under 19 were very happy with this. As Laurels comes in, Joe, and he is just replaced Mohammed caught Gittins of Pollard for 22. 32 balls, 47 minutes, had 2 sixes, lovely shot they were, and 1 4. But I'm sure that the West Indies under 19 very happy to see the back of Mohammed.
Yeah, and just to go back to the point that you made in terms of bowling straight ball up, and you could see that Mohammed really wasn't to the pitch, and that ball just seemed to move a little bit. So it kind of left him a little bit, and as he was looking to drive, not getting hold up, not getting the right position, and it just went down to mid off. So good blow, first wicket at 50.
Yeah, I would be saying morning to Clyde John shortly, who will be just replacing me here.
Yeah, and again you see him, the batsman, first Moore, facing his first delivery that again was pitched on a good length, and Joe Moores, and even as he came forward, that ball again looking to leave him a bit, and on Gainley got it out on the offside. It's so important that again having some difficulty there, not sure, and certainly Pollard has come back with probably some more purpose, probably in his short stay outside. Maybe he was advised or kind of directed to go different route, but we have seen him, and he's coming from the southern end, and just seemed to be creating a little difficulty. So Mo is off the mark as he plays this one down to third man. As I say, good morning, Clyde. Welcome.
Yeah, good morning, Rifel, and good morning to all the viewers wherever you are taking in this live stream. The West Indies under 19 versus England right here at the Grenada National Stadium. And quite a good result for Pollard coming back for his second spell.
Yeah, we certainly seen a difference in terms of how he has been bowling. Yeah, his first spell more on the short side. seem to be try to extract as much pace as possible.
And there he goes, falling over. When I look at him, I see a bit of Dominic Drakes in terms of his bowling action. Yeah, it does remind me of Dominic Drakes quite a lot.
Yeah.
And really has a decent bit of pace. Maybe could go a little faster.
Yeah, well, I thought that his first spell, he looked to generate quite a bit of pace, and he was able to get a ball to bounce and also to kind of move, but it just has his direction and his line, his length. I think that was the problem. But coming back in the second spell, we've seen something different.
Yeah, certainly. Again, this one shot and batsman just rolling around with it, not really looking to hit it, just probably get off strike. And so the scoreboard ticks over as the over comes to an end. And so at the end of 10 overs, the England under 19, they are 52 for 1, losing their first wicket in that 10th over. And so they're 50 coming off 52 balls, pretty decent rate.
Yeah, I think they were just pretty comfortable batting for the first 10 overs. As we see Pollard coming back in that second over. So the focus wasn't on pace, really. The focus was on more line and length, and this is why he was able to pick up the wicket. And that particular over was a good one. I think he just probably went for a single in the over. So certainly now is the time that they now begin to look to use skill and a lot of technique going forward. And I think it was a really good over, and he deserved picking up that first wicket.
Yeah, quite rightly so, as Bell continues from the Darbo end. Again, Bell just getting a bit of movement, as we've seen from him since he had that ball in his hand. He's looking to pitch the ball up, look to extract whatever little swing that is on offer. And his bowling has really been exemplary, looking to be economical, and hoping that maybe they can get another wicket here that would help to, just add a bit of pressure to the England lineup. And as I was just saying it, there it goes. And keeping the ball up, getting it to swing. The batter not really committing to the shot. I think he just went through the line of the shot and was able to pick out the man there at mid-on rather, and taking a pretty simple catch. Let's look at it here. Had to juggle a bit, but he safely poached there by Van Lang. And another breakthrough for the West Indies.
So we are seeing the challenge that the batters are having with the ball pitched up. And Dawkins was looking to hit that through mid-on, really, again, not in the right position, and only was able to hit it to the mid-on fielder, who juggled with it a bit, but was able to complete the catch. And it's say to you the importance of your length when you're bowling. The pitch is playing good for batting. You keep the ball up. You use a lot of guile in terms of, Stevenson was saying and speaking about the slower delivery. That is critical, and you use your guile, and the batsman having to play on the front foot. You could have them in a lot of doubt, and we have seen the both wickets that fell with ball pitched up, and the batsman were only able to hit it to mid-on.
Yeah, so the two openers removed, and so we have relatively two new pair at the crease. Ben Myers is going to join Joe Moores at the wicket, and so the English under 19, they will look to stabilize here. Two really quick wickets by the West Indies. I think they have gotten a good platform on which they can build. And now the West Indies, they're striking back. One would look to see what sort of total they would look to set the West Indies on a 19. Again, just pitching that one up, a bit of movement from Bell. And again, what is so good about it is that he's pitching on the stump. He has the batter, really in doubt as to whether he can really go through the line of the shot. So it's good bowling.
Yeah, good bowling. Batsman again force to play on his front foot. Ball on a good length, just coming in again, taking the inside edge and going down to backward square, which is vacant. But certainly he's continuing to bowl a good line, Bell, and he's in his and Bell in his fourth over. I make it.
Again, another delivery pitched up. Batter just steering it out to that man there at the cover region. So a quiet period here for the English. They started really well. Run rate was up above 5. I think West Indies have done well to begin to pull them back. Again on the line of the leg stump.
Yeah, and it's just again good length. Batsman forced to play forward, but what was also evident, even though as he came forward, you had to be in line. You had to be playing straight, bat and pad. You had to be playing straight to push it back. So again, as you continue to hit your length in terms of bowling straight, it really causes the batter to think. It put the technique into focus, played right, and we have seen the importance of that there as the over comes to an end, ball pushed to gully. But very good over by Bell.
Yeah, really outstanding bowling, doing the business there. Shaquan Bell, and really backing up Pollard with that wicket in his over. So now Captain Don, will be thinking about what happens from here and how they can sustain this pressure. They score 53 for 2 after 11 overs, a run rate of 4.82. Still very healthy in terms of 50 over cricket. And so it is a good battle so far between these two under 19 teams.
Yeah, quite a lot of overs to go, 50 overs. England will want to bat through to that 50 overs.
Again, Pollard just teasing the batter there, testing his defense. That one pitched up. Maybe a Mohammed who seemed to be a bit more aggressive might have tried to go through the line of that one. But so far, the batter there in Myers, he's looking to be circumspect. Just get a feel as to what is happening. Again, neatly behind this one. Saying to Pollard, you got to do this more often, man. Go back and come again.
Yeah, good line. But Mayers also, I think, was equal to this one, right behind it, pushing it back.
Yeah, showing good technical competence in terms of his defense. Pollard gets into him again. This time a bit shorter. No real tread there, just ducking under that one. Again, looking to rebuild, so I think he's going to be looking at a few. At this stage, you want to bat for as long as possible. You don't want to be too aggressive, but at the same time, you don't want to let loose deliveries go.
Yeah, you want to be picking up the singles, the twos, and just keep the scoreboard ticking. Mayers, who is on both batsmen on 1, and he doesn't want to put any extra pressure, just push it around. West Indies will be looking to keep it tight.
Again, good shot through the cover region. It's going to go close to the boundary. It goes over the ropes now. And so 4 runs there to Mares. Good looking shot, really pierced the gap really nicely. And picking up 4 good looking runs.
Yeah, over pitch delivery outside the off side. I think he gave him the room so he could have really swing that bat, and he drove it not confidently, more stroked it, and it went through the curve. But the timing was right, and it really went quickly across the turf, and he picked up his first boundary.
Yeah, good looking shot again. So we're seeing a field change, and a while ago you had 2 slips at the start of the over. So one of the slippers has been removed just to strengthen the offside field. Again, shot delivery. And just playing it out on the onside, picking up a quick single, getting off strike. So he will be at the non-striker's end and leaving the rest of the over to Moores to navigate.
Yeah, Paula just need to continue the link in terms of keeping the ball up to the bat. This one was shortish. And the batsman in a little difficulty because one thought he could have been on his back foot there to that short delivery, but push it out on the onside, which was vacant. But he just need to be consistent in terms of keeping the ball up to the bat, using a little variation. This is better link, and force the batsman to play on the front foot. As we see they're having difficulty as over comes to an end. A little difficulty with the ball up to the bat, the drive in. And therefore, they should really look to make as much use as possible, keeping the ball up, having them to play on the front foot.
Yeah, certainly. As the 12th over is completed, score 58 for 2. Does reflect a good morning for the West Indies. The English will say a relatively good morning also. Maybe 1 wicket less. But I think given the start, they will take that any day.
Yeah. Yeah, West Indies would have really pulled back well to pick up those 2 wickets, and would want to even pick up more. Superb delivery there, load appeal, and it's out, cut at the wicket. What a beautiful delivery, pitched up, and it really left the right-handed Mares, and ball taking the edge and taking it behind the stumps.
Well, I know we're going to see that again, but this is beautiful bowling. This is what you ask your fast bowlers to do. He drew the batsman into the shot. He really had no choice but to push that bat at the ball and picking up a very fine edge, and the keeper doing the rest. So again, Bell rewarded for some good consistent bowling and getting that ball just to move away from the right-hander Mares. What a breakthrough for the West Indies.
Yeah, big breakthrough. Probably going to have a chance to look at that delivery, but really has been a superb delivery.
Yes.
The batsman had to play. It moved and it lifted nicely. And that keeper would have probably taken that just around maybe close to shoulder height.
Yeah, really good, outstanding stuff there. You will feel it for Mares. He was looking to just, get the feel of what is happening, and really outdone by a good delivery.
58 for 3, England. We into the 13th over. And West Indies certainly will come back really strong, pick up that important wicket. So, Clyde, I would probably take my leave for a little while. Stevenson comes back into the chair.
Okay, so we really seen some good, outstanding bowling by Bell. He's bowling from the Darbo end, getting some good movement. In again. Again, getting that ball to move the batter there in Falkner. Really in a spot of border, played it well in the end. But the movement from that ball being pitched up by Bell seems to be troubling the batters quite a bit. 59 for 3. So the West Indies just putting a bit of pressure onto the English batters. Take this sort of score. This one is just pushed through the offside, and no real aggression in that shot, just looking to navigate. Again, Moores. He's seen the demise of Mayers, and so he will want to remain there to help to anchor this innings and maybe get the scoreboard ticking over again.
Yeah, so 3 wickets have fallen in very quick succession. Don't forget they had a very good opening stand of 50. Now it's gone to 59 for 3.
Yeah. There he goes again, Bell, with really some good movement through the air. And he's really bowling well, Shaquan Bell, getting that ball just to swing into the left-handed Moores, and Moores navigating it very well. But he had to really trust his defense there.
And the good thing is that he played it late. That's important. The ball is moving a bit in the air. You've got to be careful that you don't play too early. And it was a very good delivery, admittedly, but in the end, thought he played it well. Morris.
So Bell with his steal up. Again, attacking the stumps, ensuring that the batters have to play and trust their defense.
Yeah, he's picked up 2 for 12, and you could see his approach to the wicket rather confident. And that's what happens, Clyde, when you get a wicket or two. Just put that extra energy and impetus. And you can see his animated approach.
And again, getting that on to move away from the left-handed Moores. Brings an end to the over. Certainly, Bell will be happy with his return so far. Since he started his work, he's been very economical, has been, really attacking the stump, using that swing that is on offer. And so a good start to his day.
Absolutely. So he's done well here for the West Indies under 19. They needed a couple of early wickets and got them through Bell and Pollard. Now, can they keep this pressure on? They've got 2 relatively new batsmen, Falconer and Moores. Both of them will want to do some repair work here for England under 19. So it's a good opportunity for West Indies under 19 to creep through here and put them under pressure. Fine opportunity for these 2 batting to restore respectability to the England batting. And this is where character is going to really come through, Clyde. When a couple of wickets fall, can you have 2 players that would stay there and stick with it and get the task done and restore sanity to the batting team?
Yeah, I quite agree with you there. Character has to be shown. You have some 36 overs remaining, so it means that there's lots of opportunity for the batters to settle in and to score some runs. Good looking shot there, just guiding it down to third man. Pick up the easy single.
And that's what's important with these 2. They don't have to be ultra aggressive. With a couple of wickets having fallen rather quickly, they've got to restore some measure of order. And that's why it's important that they pick up the 1s and 2s. Don't necessarily look for boundaries. The boundary balls are going to come, and when they come, capitalize on them. But this is where there need to be just a bit of rebuilding. 1s and 2s, look for the gaps.
Again, Paul had a slower delivery there. And Moore's just getting into the shot. Luckily for him, he was not through the shot fully. he didn't commit fully to it and getting an inside edge. I think this is what saved it because it was on radar for the stump. So good pressure being applied by Pollard.
Yeah, and he's well supported too. I think you've got a good enough attacking field. Although 13 overs have already been gone.
Yeah,
Dawn has not looked to spread the field apart.
I quite agree that you need to sustain this pressure. You want the bowlers to just continue to keep that line, that length. The batters, let them, really work for their runs. Maybe you get a rash shot coming in. It's really a game. 50 over cricket is a delicately balanced game. You have to, be able to be aggressive, but at the same time be defensive. This one shot and Moore's just into it. He will pick up 2. Really 2 easy runs there. Moving
Yes.
this.
Van Lang having to run back to pick up, had to cover maybe about 40, 50 yards. So the batsman had time to cross for 2. Yeah, he played that one really well.
It was on the shorter side, and as we see, when it's on the shorter side, it doesn't really rush through. And this one is hit over Van Lang. It's going to run close to the boundary, and it will go into the boundary now. So good aggressive shot there from Moores. I think he's seen enough, and he decided he's not going to let that pressure get to him. Played the shot, used the aerial route, and has picked up 4 runs.
Yeah, he played that really well. And hit it wide-ish long on, and a good space there for him, just going over the top. No fielder threatening that. And it went down to the boundary for 4. That was well played. Well played.
Yeah, really well played as we go to the drinks break at the end of the over. So we have some 14 overs completed, the total 66 for 3 at the end of the 14 overs. And just to give you a rundown of what took place so far, we had Dawkins and Mohammed opening the innings for the England under-19s. And Dawkins, Mohammed was the first to go. He was caught Gittins of the bowling of Pollard for 22. He faced some 32 balls and had 1 4 and 2 6s. Dawkins, he went shortly after, and he was caught Van Lang bowled Bell for 19. His 19 coming off 28 deliveries, 1 4. Then you had Ben Mayers, he went for 6 of 7 balls. He was caught Francis bowled Bell. And so the 3 crucial wickets, I would make it, for the English. And really good work from the West Indian bowlers.
Yeah, good work, and not taking away anything at all from the West Indian bowlers. But when considering that England on the 19 got off to such a fine start, half-century partnership between the opening pair, and then just lost away a bit with 3 quick wickets falling. But this is a fine opportunity for Falconer and Morris to redeem the English a bit. They would want to stay there and get that total beyond the 100 mark. It's so very important. The West Indies on the 19 obviously would want to just pressure them as much as possible. I don't think there's much a problem with the run rate, 4.71 at this stage. It's still early days. And we think about 50 overs, Clyde. 50 overs, quite a lot of deliveries. You're talking about 300. And then when you do include wides and no balls, as the case may be, inevitably those wides are going to come in one-day cricket. So you have a lot of balls to bat against. And the really good players are those that have the ability to assess situations very well. You don't want your team to be dismissed within 40 overs or 45 overs. You want to be able to use your full quota of 50 overs. That's very important when you're playing limited overs, 50 over games.
Yeah, I quite agree with you. As we saw the West Indies last evening, they did bat their full quota of 50 overs, but unfortunately, they fell short by 7 runs.
Yeah, fell short by 7 runs. And that has happened a couple of times recently in the 2020 matches. They lost a couple of games in single digits, I think. And those are things you've got to look at when you've got those amount of wickets in hand. I always think that the team batting second should be able to get over the line.
Yeah, it was again a good batting display, but as you rightly said, you expect them to get over the line with wickets in hand. You want to do that. As we resume, Bell again just continuing the drinks break, really not getting him cold in any way. He's still warm and putting that ball on a really good line and length.
Yeah, I think Athena's dismissal was very important, looking to sweep Satna, and it was a soft dismissal. And that was when, the West Indies will be thinking about building and accelerating. And so his fall was a critical fall. But it was nice to see Rutherford having a good knock last night.
Yeah, he really started the New Zealand series with some torrid scores.
Ooh.
So getting that 50 under his belt will give him some confidence.
Yeah, it's not always easy, Clyde, to put a string of low scores behind your back. Calls for a great deal of maturity to be able to do that. But he got a half century last night, and whether that is going to be an indication of things to come, we'll have to wait and see.
Good diving stop there. This one again pitched up by Bell. So the young under 19 boys here working hard. They really you want to maybe send a message to the seniors to let them know that there are some youngsters here who are ready for that level.
Yeah, it's so important to invest in these young bloods and give them as many opportunities as possible.
Again, just outside the off stump, and no real aggression from the batter.
So the West Indies started this move to invest in tours for young players and representing them at the under 19 level back in the 1970s. I think as early as 1970. Team did go to England. Viv Richard was included in that, and then in 74.
This one a bit aerial. Will run close to the boundary. It will be pulled back. And, so 2 runs completed. But again, a good shot using the aerial route. Not afraid Morse to really use the aerial route. Picking up 2 good-looking runs. But as we've rightly seen, we've seen the under 19 tours really yield some good success for the West Indies team in recent times.
Yeah, the Sri Lanka under 19s were here a couple of months ago. West Indies won that series, but it was a well-fought series too. Good exposure for all of these young players.
Again, this one full. Bell just looking to keep that ball up to the batter. There's another over from Bell. It's being completed.
So England, after 15, 69 for 3. These two would obviously look to restore some sanity to the England batting. They've lost 3 quick wickets. Now it's time for restoration. Repair work must be done. They won't want to lose another wicket from here. It's important that these two build.
Yeah, they've put on 11 so far.
Yeah, they've got to have little targets in mind, Clyde. Say, well, look, let's hang around here, put on 25 in 6 overs, and try to get to those little milestones, get it past 100. Psychological 3 figures. All of those are so very important features in your batting. Look for little targets.
We see a change in the bowling from the river end. And it will be Vital Luz, and he's coming in, replacing Pollard. So the first sign of spin from the West Indies.
Yeah, loss from the far end.
Getting some good turn. One pitch in and just turning, well navigated there. Easy single picked up by Falconer. So it brings Moores back on strike. It will be interesting to see how Laws goes. I think he's coming in at a crucial time, the 16th over.
I think it's a good time to bring him on. Really. Ball might have lost his sheen a bit.
A reverse sweep being brought out there by Moores. It's good to see that he's confident enough to bring out the reverse sweep so early. Again, reverse sweep gets it past the man there at the, I would make it fine leg region. And so he picks up 4. 4 good looking runs. That reverse sweep just tends to.
Yeah, and I think he did it at the right time. You see, you can move into the reverse sweep prematurely, and the bowler can see that, pick it up and throw it a little further away in this case, to the right of the batter. But he did it just at the right time.
And so far they've taken a liking to the spin. It's moving the scoreboard a bit faster.
And you've got to be confident too, Clyde, to play the reverse sweep. It's not something that you try out there in the middle. You've got to do that in the net. Get comfortable with it.
Yeah, I quite agree with you there. And this one is lifted straight over the bowler's head. 1 bounce, 4 runs. So again, Moores and Falconer taking a liking to the spin that is on offer. And really looking to be aggressive, not giving Laws any chance to settle.
No, that was a nice shot. It really was lovely. Got to the pitch of it and lifted it. And nobody's there to catch it because he hit it so straight. That's important. Hit it straight. There's nobody behind the bowler.
Again, good comeback delivery from Laws as his over comes to an end. Really good pressure being applied to him there. And he will have to ensure that the next over he comes back and maybe just show what he's made of.
Yeah, so 16 overs gone and it's 79 for 3. That was a lovely shot. I really like that. And when you see young players playing those shots straight, it's a very safe area, particularly, well, regardless of what what version of the game you're playing. You don't get players, fielders, right behind the bowler's arm And so if you hit straight, then you're safe.
Yeah, well, that again is the basic of the game. You hit straight, hit the ball where it came from.
That's right.
You teach the youngsters whenever you want to play it, hit it where it came from. So we're gonna have a change of bowling from the Dabo end. It's gonna be Jonathan Van Lang taking up the bowling. He will look to continue what Bell has started at this end.
Yeah, I think early on I thought about doing a little bit of research on Van Lang. I probably will do that tonight, a little later on. It's not a conventional West Indian surname. Van Lang sounds very Dutch-like.
Well, it does, and one would remember Van Lang playing for the Irish.
Right.
Again, good start to his over, just getting the outside edge.
Yeah, rather unfamiliar surname in the region.
It will be good, interesting to get a bit of his background, trace his ancestry somewhat. That does have the makings of a pretty strong lad.
Yeah, he's built well. Built well. He's got good shoulders, good body.
And this one hit through the cover region, picking up one. And so the English batters seem to have a bit of confidence. I think they've seen enough. They've taken their time. The partnership now moves on to 23. And so they have just adjusted well to the conditions. Getting a bit short there by Van Lang. We'll want to pitch the ball up a bit more. Look to see how we can get similar to returns to that of Bell, who has been, Bell has been more on the fuller length, asking the batter to come forward. And the amount of movement that he got really troubled the batter, so they want to replicate that. The shine might be off the ball somewhat, but you still want to give it any opportunity to maybe swing a little bit through the air.
Yeah, Van Lang, he's got massive shoulders for a young man, and looking at him, maybe like the younger version of the present West Indies bowling coach, Ravi Rampal. I hope my comparison is good.
Yeah, I think it is. This one is lifted. It's really clobbered for 6 runs. A bit on the shorter side. And Moore's there saying, hey, guy, you don't have that pace to trouble me at that length. Go fetch.
Oh, that was a lovely shot. It really was lovely. It was shot onto the back foot. His eyes lit up, and he hit it in front of square, which meant that he picked it up very quickly indeed. I love that. That was lovely.
That's a shot of authority, we say. And you want to stamp your authority on the batting and make sure that the bowler knows what he has to do if he ever wants to dismiss you.
Yeah, I think he knew where that ball was going, because when he hit it, he just remained there, didn't try to run. He knew it from the moment he left the bat. It was going to go all the way. Fine shot.
Again, Moore just looking to put the bowlers under pressure. The scoreboard continues to tick over. The run rate back up over 5. And so at the end of the 17th over, it's 88 for 3. And the English looking to, get that momentum going again.
Yeah, they've lost 3 quick wickets, but they've begun to restore things here with Falconer, not out 9, 22 to Morris. So these two have begun the repair job. And in doing that, the scoring rate has gone up to 5.18. And I always say that, you know, once you've gone past that 5 runs per over, and if you're going consistently and your wickets are intact, you can think about getting over the 250 mark.
Yeah, certainly one will expect them to continue at this rate. It makes a lot of sense that you've gotten a feel, the partnership has reached to 30. And so you get the idea that these guys have settled in. And so they will want to take the attack further to the West Indies, maybe bat as deep as possible to get, as you rightly said, closer to the 250 score. Again, reverse sweep being brought out. Will yield another boundary.
Wow, this is good batting here. This is really good batting, and not just good batting, but fearless batting too. Because there's some element of risk, of course, when you're doing the reverse sweep. There is an element of risk, but if you are confident and you know where the players are, where the fielders are, you can exploit that. And then it has the bowlers thinking even more. It's good, sensible cricket. Pushing that one up to long on for a single.
Well, it's Tilokani replacing Laws. So the Englishmen not allowing the spinners to settle.
Kunal Tilokani. And you know that has some Sri Lankan origin.
So this one pushed into the offside. They're looking for 2. Will get it comfortably.
Yeah, I've always had a liking for the Sri Lankans name. I always think that they've got a lovely ring about it. Harshan Tilakaratne, Dilip Mendes, Kumar Sangakkara. Oh, they're lovely names. I absolutely adore them.
Yeah, and there is something about pronouncing these names that
Yes. Samaravira.
when you listen to Angelo Matthews, it sounds more West Indian.
That's correct. That's correct. But the Sri Lankans, they've got a lovely ring about the name. You just got to enjoy calling the names. Well, they went through, scampered for a single there, which was just behind square on the offside. Just thought the fielder should have attacked that more. Francis, the keeper, was calling for it. They got the single. Over comes to an end. 18 overs gone, 96 for 3.
Yeah, 96 for 3. Good recovery so far by this pair. And we said earlier, this is an opportune time for them to show what sort of character that they have. And so far, they've done it well.
They have done well. And it's always important to set your eyes, as I said early on, targets and goals. And if you get to 120 overs, that's a good position to be. Means that you're 5 runs per over. Your next 20 can produce another 100 runs. And then you've got 10 to let the willow against the leather.
Okay, just looking to pick up the singles that are on offer. Keep the scoreboard ticking. They're already scoring over 5. And once you continue picking up the singles, you get the odd boundary. Then certainly you will be maybe looking at a target of 300.
Yeah, they're doing the right thing. The boundaries are coming, but they've been rotating the strike. They've been turning over the strike, and that's so very important. Both of them are contributing to the partnership.
Shot, lifting the delivery and dispatched with disdain by Moores. He seems to be the aggressor in this inning so far, this partnership so far. and really not afraid to put willow to leather.
Oh yes, I like it. I really love that, and it really doesn't matter which area of the fence you're sitting. When you see a shot like that onto the back foot and lifting it nicely, typical left-hander shot. That was lovely. That was really lovely.
Again, through the offside. Sweeper will pick up.
Yeah, he has shown more than glimpses of aggression. Really nice, and that's how important it is to make sure you get your eyes in a bit. And once that happens, then you can give yourself freedom because you're picking up the line and the length of the ball very well. So it's important to stay at the crease.
Yeah, again,
The runs are flowing now.
again understanding. I think the role that you're in. You're coming in at number 3, number 4, and you understand your role in terms of being able to stabilize and then look to pick up the scoring rate.
It's been a nicely orchestrated score so far. 103 for 3, 8 fours, 3 sixes. It's gone all the way, hasn't it?
It certainly has.
Yeah, it has.
Certainly has. Just whipping this one off the legs and picking up a maximum. A really good hit, good clean strike in there.
Yeah, what was lovely about that was the timing, not just the power. Yes, and you've got to have power attached with it to go over the boundary line. But there is nothing better than when a ball is a delivery is timed so sweetly, and that was well timed. Hit with consummate ease.
This is the area that Van Lang will want to focus on a bit more. We've seen that anything short, Moores is not afraid to go after it. He sees it more as maybe a free hit once it's short. So you want to keep him coming forward.
Yeah, 20 overs gone, 109. And as I was saying a little early on, if you've gone past 100 after 20, you're up there, 5 runs per over. You're good. You're on course. But the important thing is maintaining wickets, keeping wickets in hand. That's so very important. And yes, 3 quick wickets have fallen for England under 19, but quite frankly, they've restored things quite beautifully. And they've redeemed themselves well, still keeping that run rate over 5 runs per over.
Again, this one played through the leg side. It goes into the ropes. So 4 runs there to Falconer.
Yeah, it was airborne though, to backward, down to the backward square. And there was sufficient pace attached to it for 4.
So the partnership 50. 55 now. 55 rather with that boundary. And so they have really done a good job in terms of repairing the damage that was caused by the West Indians. The pressure just being applied back onto the West Indians. They will want to respond to this pressure.
Third man is pushed right back on the boundary now.
Feel getting a bit more defensive. This one is just pushed out to the offside. So scoring just seemed to be a bit easier now.
Yeah, the runs are flowing, and they have not done anything risky. To the right of the bowler, diving attempt on this follow through, ball pushed down to long off. They get a single.
Yeah, good steady batting there by this pair. see them really thinking about what is happening. West Indies will not want to sustain this pressure for too long. They will want to maybe get back at them. Pick up 2 quick wickets here. You have another twist in this deal of 50 over cricket.
Tilokani has been rather expensive. He's gone for 16 in his 2 overs. That has just come to an end. And 117 for 3 after 20.
Yeah, the Englishman really looking to apply a bit more pressure. And so skipper Don will want to make sure that, you know, he keeps steady head and look to, you know, maybe strategize as to how to get to breakthrough from here and begin to get his team, you know, to keep the reins on the English.
Yeah, this is a game of cricket. Twists and turns. Sometimes you've got things going for you and other times you don't, and there's sometimes when you've got to make things happen. But this is a good score here, 117 for 3 after 20. Still 30 overs to go. They won't want to lose another wicket now.
This one is just lapped over the 3rd man region, and they will pick up 4.
Yeah, futile effort there on the part of Buru. Really traveling. And he had to sort of wait on that one for the reverse sweep. Now let's look at it. You notice he sort of waited a little bit and then lifted it over the infield and was able to get 4.
So it's Zachary Carter into the attack from the Darbo end. So far we've seen 3 spinners into the attack for the West Indians. Again, this one just being turned to fine leg. And what was important there, the fine leg really not that fine. So they were able to pick up that quick single. But certainly a good placement, good maneuvering of the ball by the batters.
Yeah, it's important. And they're doing the correct thing. And I love to see youngsters doing things like these. And I'm referring to rotating the strike, turning it over, not always looking for boundaries. Boundaries are going to come like that, rotating it, playing it up to long on, up to long off, looking for angles, looking for gaps, picking up very important singles. And it's something about so many of our commentators bewail the fact that our West Indian players don't do that much, as though some of our West Indian players, they're vying, competing to see how far you can hit it.
This one is short and it's lifted. It's gonna go all the way for 6. So another 6 coming off the bat of Joe Moores. And he has brought up his 50 with that shot. So a really good innings here by Moores.
Yeah, 38 balls, 5 fours, and 3 sixes in the process. That's a fine innings. That's a really lovely innings. It'd be nice to see him go on, really. And I love to see youngsters get to half a century and then push on to a triple figure.
I tell you what, anything that has been offline, off length, he has not hesitated to go. And there he goes. He goes again and lifted again. It's a repeat. 6 more to more. So he's really in a no-nonsense mood.
Yeah, Carter dropping too short, having sufficient time, the batsman, to get inside the line. Look at that. Yeah, got inside the line and lifted it imperiously over backward square and got 6. Wonderful shot. I mean, yes, bad deliveries, yes, but executed well.
Yeah, executed well because there is a fielder on the mid-wicket fence. But he has been able to swivel and swivel well to get it far away from him.
18 runs so far in this over. Final delivery coming up.
Bit of a naughty shot there. And really do not need to chase the wide ones. Could have let that go through, but luckily for him, it has not gotten any touch onto the bat. And he continues to fight on, to soldier on. It's 57 to Joe Moores, 21 to Caleb Faulkner. Partnership of 77 by Despair. Restoring the balance for the English team who lost 3 quick wickets.
Yeah, and they've batted so sensibly, and those 77 runs have come almost with effortless ease.
You can see them really thinking their game. At no point you could have said that the pressure got to them.
Yeah, the good thing is that they've been looking to score. That's so very important. As a batsman, you've got to be always thinking about scoring. That's what you're there for, not just to be ultra defensive and to preserve your wicket. And while you're seeking to preserve your wicket, you've got to also score. Preservation of your wicket alone would not put runs on the board.
Quite agree with you there. So, Tilokani just continuing, looking to keep a bit of pressure. So far, 1 run off his 3 balls. Backed up there by Carter in the field. You'll want to settle in Kani. Again, stroke the fielder. They're not able to come around, but luckily it's just 1.
What I like about this partnership is the positive endeavor. They've not been rash, not ultra aggressive, but they've been ideally positive.
Yeah, they've really played on merit. Anything offline, they've dispatched it with that certainty. And they've really been focused on ensuring that they keep this wickets in hand.
22 overs gone. It's 137 for 3.
Really good comeback from Despair. Let's see how Carter, I think a lot would rest on him now. Has not started well. Has the opportunity in his second over to maybe redeem himself, pick up a breakthrough here. Well guided. Moore's just really settling into his job. Doesn't look phased. Just picking up the singles at will.
Yeah, this is a very good partnership. Really is partnership worth 80, done in quick time.
Good delivery there by Carter, getting that one to turn. Francis behind the stumps, really good quick movements. Had the bail whipped off in a flash.
Yeah, but it was rather irregular in this partnership where the ball has beaten the bat.
Quite agree with you. Again, just using the spaces available, getting that one to the left of the fielder there, and who had to run around, so picking up some pretty easy singles.
And the pitch has played rather well too, Clyde. It really has. There's reasonable carry for the opening bowlers. But it's a good pitch to bat on, really, as you would see there. You can play through the line, you can trust the bungs.
Yeah, once this wicket settles, it's always good for batting. This time he's got him, and Carter has the breakthrough. And this is what he wanted. He went for a very expensive first over, but he's returned and he has gotten the breakthrough. Partnership broken.
Well, I like this. You've got to give the bowler credit. Here's the movement. Here's the movement. Maybe coming down the track just a bit prematurely. And Francis did the rest behind the stumps. So he's gone, stumped, and played very well. And that was the breakthrough that the West Indies under 19 really wanted. It's so important, Clyde, when you're going to move down the track, you move too early. The very good bowlers would see you coming, maybe pull back the length a little bit or just push it a little wide. And I think in this case, pull the length back, got a little bit of a bounce, and Francis did the rest behind the stumps. Good cricket, really good cricket, well bowled.
Yeah, Carter really drew him there. He looking to be positive, Moores. And again, a good delivery just out there. And he came down a bit away from the line of the delivery. And so he had to reach. And in his reaching, he still couldn't get to it. And so you say kudos to the bowler.
Yeah, I think the intention there was to play that ball inside out, sorry. If you look at the back leg, it's the sort of thing when you're coming down the track, wanting to play inside out, you would want to get inside the line of the ball, and that's maybe what the batter was intending to do, get inside the line, maybe trying to hit that over the extra cover area, and was deceived. Well bowled.
So a new batter coming to the crease, Ahmed, Farhan Ahmed. Again, another really good player for the English. What would the West Indies would really appreciate about that wicket is that it's the top scorer so far, Moores, that has been removed. He looked really comfortable.
But he'll be disappointed with that dismissal. One wonders, because we were praising how they were playing balls on the merit. Was there a need to be dancing down the pitch at that time? Don't think there was.
Again, Carter to Ahmed. Bit of a hesitation. Let's see what happens there. He was able to recover. That hesitation almost costing him. But as we see in this lovely game, all is well that ends well.
So Farhan Ahmed, who is the captain for England under 19, has come out. He probably will be hoping to play a captain's knock at 141 for 4. So this match, I would think, is evenly poised. Or maybe England has just nosed ahead, but we're almost at the halfway stage. 4 wickets have fallen, 141. I would say even Stevens.
This one is lifted high and handsome. And so Falconer is there and he has the pace of the wicket. And so he's not going to relent. He's playing his shots.
Oh yes, he was down and swooped on it like a falcon and lifted it straight over the bowler's head and went over the boundary line.
To bring out the reverse sweep, so he's confident in his approach. He's not going to be faced by the loss of Moores.
Well, the reverse sweep it's been around for quite some time after this delivery. Yeah, the first time I saw it was played, it was in fact Gordon Greenwich played in England in 1992, I think it was, and I saw the reverse sweep. Well, of course, for the coaches back then who were Puritans, would chide batsmen for doing that. Or maybe worse if the Dilshan scoop was played.
Conventional sweep this time, yielding one. But I certainly agree with you. Growing up in these times, you were asked to play the ball straight, play it where it came from, and that's the basic of it.
Oh, with the innovations and the abbreviations of the game now, you've got to change that. You've got to be highly innovative.
It's important in this stage, at this point in time, because you're talking now about batters becoming 360 players.
Yeah, well, you remember, you know, the old-fashioned, plain textbook shot. I think you've got to redefine that, because all of these shots that are coming in now, they got to be formally registered into the textbook.
I quite agree with you. Somebody has to rewrite the textbook. But again, the basic, and as we've seen, there is a basic to everything. I think the body positioning and all of these are the key things. Hand-eye coordination, and So once you keep these things, I think the platform is set for any type of shot that you want to play. The youngsters just have to understand, how the shots are to be the technical competence of the shot. And once you get the body into the right position, the shot could be played. Again, good teasing length there by Carter. Will feel happy to get that last wicket. Already some 18 coming off his first over. And settling in nicely. Try to put a bit of pressure and really show his skill.
A little bit of flight too. Wasn't too flat in that last delivery.
Again, just settling in on a decent length. Getting just that bit of turn off the wicket.
I think he could afford to give the ball a little bit of flight. Like that. Now he's supported by a long off. And because he's supported by the long off, he can say to himself, look, I can just give that a little generous flight. Then there is the short extra cover for the ball that is struck in the air.
That's over.
Yeah, the over comes to an end. The 25 overs gone, 24 overs gone, 149 for 4. A lot of our slow bowlers these days aren't flighting the ball as yesteryear. And of course, you've got players these days with bigger bats, stronger players who can hit so hard, maybe use of the feet. So they tend to be a little flatter, a little quicker through the air.
I think the science has evolved so much that you want to make sure that you don't give it too much flight, because the guys can really get their hands through that ball, and once the body's in a good position and supported by that stable base, they can hit it a very long way.
Yeah, give it too much flight and they'll put it to flight.
So ideally you want to be able to get that ball just at that teasing length, that pace that would, cause the batter to be uncertain. I do believe that every now and again you need to leave it up there and ask them to come to meet it. You see there from Tilokani, it's a bit faster. So he's just mixing up the pace, bringing that bit of variation.
Well bowled, well played too. Just one that was a bit shorter. The ball just slightly turning into the right-handed batsman. Went onto the back foot and just punched it up to long on. Got a comfortable single. 150. Well, no, 151 posted.
Again, just looking to exploit the gaps. Picking up the singles, looking to get a feel off the wickets.
Yes, but this has been a very good innings by Falconer, 32. He's played rather sensibly.
You can see that they're comfortable picking up the ones and really just looking to get the scoreboard ticking over.
Yes, that's so important. 5.88. That's the current run rate, which is really good. So they've put on, 24 the last wicket, going down at 139. Oh, it's 154. I think the scoreboard has just made the adjustment. So 24 overs remaining. How much they're thinking about here, Clyde?
Still believe that they're thinking of something over 250, maybe 260.
Well, if they're 154 after 26, they've got to be thinking about 300. There's an appeal for leg before, not given out by umpire Carl Tuckett. Tuckett from Charleston, Nevis. Have you ever been to Nevis, Clyde?
No, I have not been to Nevis. I had the opportunity to go to St. Kitts briefly, maybe just spent one day, and so really haven't gotten to see, St. Kitts like that.
Well, there are two Caribbean countries I've never visited, and that's Montserrat and Nevis.
So you will be looking to maybe vacation shortly and get a feel of what it's like.
Yeah, but St. Kitts is a lovely place. Been there several times. Done commentary there years ago.
Beautiful shot, reverse sweep. And what was good about that shot, he was aware of where the fielder was, so he didn't try to overhit, just paddled it around, ensure that he beat the fielder, picking up 4 runs.
Well, Pollard just had to run off after the ball to retrieve it. That was well played, and it was played all along the ground. And played in a sort of upright manner too. There was a lot of skill there. Rather dexterous kind of shot that yielded 4.
Yeah,
Beautifully done.
Falconer really is in his zone. Looking to enjoy his cricket there, not necessarily this shot. But you can see him enjoying, just maneuvering the ball past the fielder. Wants to stay out there, give his team every opportunity.
Well bowled. Beautiful, beautiful delivery. Was pushing at that one. And beaten all ends up. Nice way to finish the over. So at the end of 27, 160 for 4. 160 for 4. And I'm sure that England would be pretty happy with this total. Still another 23 overs remaining. And obviously they'll be seeking to get as many as possible from the remaining 23.
And I'm going to take our drinks break. I'll be back with you in a while as I make way for Rafael Crony.
Lokani, a bit expensive so far. It's into his 6th over, none for 33. So he's going at just above 6 runs per over. Hi, Refill.
Yeah, Stevenson, back with you. We have seen some tremendous batting by the England players. I think both Moore as this shot is hit down over long of a 6 and really get into the pitch. Falconer, who have been playing a tremendous inning, got to the pitch of it and lifted it easily over long off. And certainly he's beginning to really bat with a great deal of confidence, and batting seemed to be a lot easier and easier.
That was a lovely shot. He put on his dancing shoes and went down the track in a rather lovely, poetic manner and lifted it handsomely straight down the ground for 6. Catch taken down at the deep mid-wicket boundary. Oh, well, he will be disappointed with that. Goes for 44. He was looking for the repeat. That was taken tuck from outside the off stump and looking to hit that down to the mid wicket. Fine catch just on the mid wicket boundary, just in front of it. So Falconer goes for 44. And the fielder down there was Brian, I think it was, that took the catch. Oh, he will be disappointed with that, Rafael, won't he?
Yeah, we're very, very disappointed with that, and we would have seen the last 2 wickets that would have fell in. Both of those batters was really playing beautifully. He came down delivery before to the pitch of it, hit it over long off, and this one I really outside the off stump trying to hit it to this one over mid wicket, and just was able to just hold out to the mid wicket fielder Brian down there. But he will be very disappointed. Really has been a tremendous inning played by Falconer.
Yeah, didn't have to move an inch. Brian taking the catch neatly down there at the deep mid wicket boundary. So another wicket has fallen. It's now 167 for 5 in the 28th over of the game. And so Falconer gone, and he was batting so very well.
Yeah, he batted beautifully. I think like Moores batted really, really well. And as you said, he also would have been very disappointed with the way that he got out stumped. Certainly, that's a partnership in my view that really would have taken the game away from West Indies. But they have been able to come back and pick up those 2 very important wickets.
Ralphie Albert, the new batsman. Turn neatly to the mid-wicket area. Thought about the second run, and decided against it. Fielder coming in rather quickly.
Yeah, just a bit of overcast. We have lost the sun for a bit. No threat of rain. I think England continue to motor on 168 for 5.
I think for the first time of the game that the run rate has come up to 6. So it's exactly 6. And the projected score from here should be 300 if they continue in that vein sequentially.
Yeah, they were batting very well. No threat. I think what we have seen in the bowling of Carter is that he's the one that will slowed it up, as a left-arm spinner. And batsmen having to reach for it despite the over that he went for a few sixes. And we have seen it there again. The batting of Albert, he having to reach for it because he's really giving a lot of air.
That was well bowled. That was really well bowled. Yeah. Seem to be extracting a bit of turn too, Refill. And if you're going to get that ball to turn, you've got to give it time for rotation on its way to the batsman. And when it pitches, that's when it's going to get turned. If it's flat and there isn't that amount of rotation, when it drops onto the turf, it's not going to turn very much.
Yeah, have been able to get the ball to turn. I think the delivery that he got more with as one that he throwed up just wide off the off stump and just seemed to leave him as Moore was looking to come down to push on the offside. So he's getting the ball to turn. Good air, ball again pitched up, and the batsman only able to stroke it back to him. But I like the sort of variation that he's using, the control in giving the ball quite a bit of air.
Yeah, this is good bowling. I think he's settled into a much better rhythm now. He has the support of the long off. Oh, that's just to the left of the bowler and his follow through. And it would have been a good catch had he gotten a hand to it and pulled it off.
Yeah, we are seeing the unsurety in the batsman as we look at the replay here, reaching for it. This ball as it turned away, taking the outside edge and just going just a little bit to the left of the bowler.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be flat through the air. Give the ball time to do something. Well bowled. Almost had a cotton bowl. in that over. It's 170 for 5, 29 overs gone.
Yeah, tremendous over ball there. Really, Carter in his ball 5 overs picked up 1 for 30. But I think his first over, he went for a couple of sixes. But really has come back 3 sixes, I think. What really has come back strongly. Picked up 1 wicket and continue to tease the batters in that they are not sure, giving that ball tremendous air. And batsmen have to think going forward. 170 for 5.
Tilokani continues from the far end. Nice use of the feet. Beautiful shot, and that's gone for 6 all the way. Now, the ball was given a bit of flight, and he was down the track. Whether you want to say that's premeditated, whether it was or not. Oh, lovely use of the feet, and he hit it straight. That was the lovely thing about it. Didn't seek to go across the line, no bottom hand in the shot, and went all the way for 6. Gregory Braffett was just looking for confirmation. I think he's satisfied that it went all the way.
Yeah, very good shot and ball almost in the slot, and he came forward. The good thing is that he played through the line. He played straight and was able to hit that ball over long off.
Well played, Ahmed. Now this is going to be a tight one. It's going to be touch. Pulls it back just inside, and they're going to come back for the second. Yeah. So Tilokani, it's been expensive into his 7th. 1 for 47. 8 runs have come off his 3 deliveries so far in this over.
Yeah, just tend to be bowling a bit too fast, in my view.
He's got him. He's got him. Beautiful work behind the stumps by Francis. Stumped. Oh, and you did, in fact, just talk about the importance of being a little slower through the air. I would love to see this again. Here it is, coming from around the wicket. And he's dragging that back leg out. Good work by Francis. Really good work. Well bowled.
Yeah, the importance of air and not bowling too fast. And this one, as I was just making a point, I thought he was bowling a bit too fast. This one, give him a bit of air and push it wide of the off stump. And I think with the air, the batsman was encouraged to want to go after it. And it kept on going with the arm. And missed, and good stumping there. But again, good delivery, bowled by Tilokani there, as we see that replay once again. So the importance of just giving the ball and slowing it up a bit, and it could cause batsman could be confused in terms of, do I come or do I stay back? And what we have seen is that the batters have been going forward, and with the ball away from them, not being able to get close to it enough. And we have seen they picking up a couple of wickets. And a good blow struck there, 178 for 6.
Yes, Ahmed, who was looking very good. It was important for him as the captain to stay out there and just steer the ship to a good total. But he's gone. And Sibo Morgan has now joined Albert.
So let's see if he'll continue to come through quickly or give it some air. Yeah, a little bit slower. I think this is the way that you need to bowl on the wicket. The pitch which continues to play well. The spinners. The spinners have been using a lot of variation as we come to the end of another over. 178 for 6. 30 overs been bowled. Just a bit slow on the over rate. But having picked up 6 wickets for 178. I think West Indies will be looking to probably pick up the next 4 wickets before they actually reach 50 overs. But certainly a little bit slow on the over rate.
This has been a much better spell here. I mean, his last few overs, he seemed to have assessed the condition much better, Carter. And he is not afraid to flight the ball. And so he's found a good line and length. This is good.
Yeah, and seem to have more control. Well, I mean, getting the big wicket of Moore would have given me a lot of confidence that we would have seen as this ball is hit down to point. And this is a single. We have seen the fielders running towards him when he got that wicket. Yeah, I think Moore was really getting after him. But since that wicket, he just seemed to have gained some more confidence and be able to fly the ball. And he looks a better bowler since that wicket.
Yes, there's some little things that happen at times that would give a bowler confidence. The picking up of a wicket is so important, beating the outside edge. And you can see that he looks so much more confident now. He's got in contrast to when he started earlier on. Last delivery in this over coming up. It's it back to the bowler. I'm sure that he'll be very satisfied with that. Just a 1 run coming off that over. And 31 overs gone. So 19 remaining is 179 for 6.
Yeah, 6 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 31, scatter, and continue to bowl with tremendous confidence. And as we said, not afraid to give the ball tremendous air, keeping things very tight. England would have lost a few wickets, and I think they would have been ill afford to lose. But for we have seen, quite a good batting performance by Falconer and Botha and Moore. Amid the captain, who was also looking good.
Yeah, he was. Looked rather threatening. It's a lovely day, though. A little early on, about 20 minutes ago, it looked a bit overcast, but the sun has come out quite resplendently.
Just failed to hold on this one.
It carried, didn't it?
It just seemed to carry, get his left hand to it there, as Albert looking to steer this one. And as we look at the replay here, we see what happens here. He looks to steer it. Yeah, just got his left hand to it and was not able to hold on.
The effort was good, but it just did not stick.
Chance go a big in.
This one tugged down to long on. Gittins comes off the boundary and fused well.
And how that didn't bowl, it just missed there. And that was a quicker one. He was looking to pull. Seemed to have stayed on a bit, but I think it was not short enough to play that shot. And probably just missed the off stump.
Tilokani into his 8th. 2 for 48. Bit expensive, yes. He captured important wickets. Turned out on the outside to complete the over. So some 32 overs completed. It's 180 for 6, England winning the toss and batting.
Yeah, and I think as we take another water break there, I think that West Indies will be, I think, will feel really, really happy with the performance today. As I said before, the wicket is playing really well. And they had to use some guile in an effort to pick up wickets. And they are able to pick up 6 wickets. Seemingly, one would want to think that they're probably in a better position with 6 wickets down. And we just need to keep things tight. Tilakani has just completed his 8 overs. He had 2 for 48. He had the bowling of Carter. So the spin is has done well, and they will certainly want to pick up the other wickets as quickly as possible, and maybe trying to make sure England doesn't get more than maybe around 250.
So these two, Sebastian Morgan and of course Albert, they will try to restore. Morgan, of course, coming up from Middlesex. Middlesex have produced quite a number of outstanding cricketers for England over the years, and a number of West Indian players. The late Will Slack played for Middlesex. Desmond Haynes also played for Middlesex back then in his heyday. They produced a number of Test players, and again a number of West Indian players who, back in the 70s and 80s and in the 90s, played in the English County Championship.
You know, it's important to also note that Joseph Moore, who batted so well today, is a September born, like both of us. September 15th, and he's just 17. Yes, some 62 days, and really the way he played today really has been inspiring and really good to see. And it's a name that we probably would hear a lot more about going forward.
Yeah, well, we'll keep an eye on him and keep an eye on him too.
Yes, certainly, and I think a couple of players that would have already caught our eyes, himself and Falconer and even Ahmed. These are three of the batters really that would have, really impressed greatly today.
The good thing about this squad is that we've got quite a number of the counties represented here. Ahmed from Northamptonshire, Albert is from Surrey, Dawkins, Kent, Falconer, Middlesex. So, number of Mintu is from Durham, Mares from Hampshire, Morgan, Middlesex, as I said early on, Joe Morris from Lancashire. So, well represented, the various English counties by these youngsters. Carter again.
But the sun do come back brightly. It's really good condition for cricket.
Of course, West Indian players back then, when there was a plethora of players who played in the English County Championship. We'll talk a little bit about that. Hit down to cover and there is no run. Clive Lloyd played for Lancashire. Viv Richard, Somerset. Warwickshire was Alvin Kalicharan. Ball turned down to fine leg and they'll come back for the second run. Who could we think about too? Bran Lara, who also played for Warwickshire, had a stint in Warwickshire also. We had that fast bowler from Barbados, I'm just missing his name now played for Durham. Mikey Holding, Derbyshire. They talk about Malcolm Marshall too. It's Hampshire.
I think Hampshire.
Yes,
Marshall.
the late Malcolm Marshall.
Yeah.
All of these counties played a great role in the development of these West Indian players for many years. Both Joel Garner and Viv Richards played for Somerset for a number of years. So 33 overs gone is 183 for 6.
Yeah, good tight over again bowled by Carter. Yes, not because 1 for 34 in his 7th over, and they just seem to be keeping things pretty tight. As I said, with 6 overs down, 6 wickets down. They would want to press home the advantage.
We feel we can't miss Gordon Greenwich, who played for Hampshire.
Yeah, was a
Andy,
stalwart.
Andy Roberts also played for Hampshire.
They had some great players playing for Hampshire.
Tucks that one down to deep middle wicket and gets a single. So Albert, he's on 8. Sebastian Morgan is on 1. So that 300 mark that we were thinking about doesn't seem to be on the card. But this is swept nicely down to backward square. They're going to come back for the second run as the return comes to the keeper's end. So they get 2 quite comfortably.
Yeah, a short delivery bowled by Tilakani and hit down to long leg. Again, just need to maintain giving the ball some air, and that's the line you need to bowl off stump there. Good stop by as the ball was steered to point.
I think he was a little bit lucky. It was wide. Got away with it. It's a good comeback here by the West Indies on the 19. Trying to keep things as tight as possible.
So that completes another over. Tilakani's 9th over. He gone 2 for 53. 188 for 6. And we still have some 16 overs to go. I think West Indies should probably feel in a better position, picking up 6 wickets here on a pitch that continues to play well.
I think they could conclude that they've nosed ahead. There's 188 for 6. And from here on, England would want to be sensible. No, they've got still 16 overs remaining. But it's a very good comeback by the West Indies bowlers. They bowled very well in the last 10 or so overs. And England on the 19 would still want to think about getting up to that 250 and beyond mark.
Yeah, I just like to see the control that Carter now has in terms of flight in that delivery. Yeah, nice flight. This one is stroked. You can see the flight and the focus and the concentration just on about off stump. Even though this one was pushed to cover, but the surety was not there. You could see the batsman in Albert reaching, and that push it between the cover and extra cover and pick up 2.
Yeah, Carter's actually into his 8th over now. 1 for 36. Earlier on when he started, didn't look rather confident at all. But as he continued to bowl, he got more and more confident. He's bowled well the second half of his bowling performance here. Wasn't afraid to give the ball a little bit more flight. In his earlier bowling, his trajectory was a bit on the flatter side. That one was a little flatter, a little faster. Variation good. I like this. I really like this. And he's bowling with a great sense of confidence now, and rather sagaciously too. They will come back for the second run quite comfortably. Did beat the inner field, and it went down to the sweeper. And they got 35 overs gone. It's 192 for 6 England, winning the toss and batting.
Yeah, Carter just completed its 8th over, and England would want to push on. I think that they will be disappointed if they get anything under 250. As I said, conditions are beautiful. There's no threat in the wicket, and one would feel very confident as you get into the wicket. Just get a feel of it, and batting it can be rather easy. So they will want to push on to something more than 250.
Yeah, the projected score now is 275. Tilukani into his 10th. So this is going to be his final over. 2 for 52. I think he'll be satisfied with his returns. Want to end well, no doubt. 2 dot balls to start with. Seem to be beaten all and ends up looking to sweep that. Maybe in front of square. Missed. There were a couple of difficult takes by Francis earlier on, but he's redeemed himself pretty well, Raphael.
Yeah, he didn't start as good as probably wanted. We saw a couple of balls dropping in front of him and not collecting properly to the seamers. But he has done a good job to the spinners.
Yeah, looks rather competent. But the back end of this inning, the bowling by the West Indies have been pretty good. That is hit down to the backward square area and will get 4 runs. Well, I don't think that he really wanted to end like that.
Well, we would have seen him attempt this shot on a number of occasions, trying to hit the ball from outside the off zone, sweep it down to backward square. And this one, he really was successful in getting bat onto it and being able to pick that gap and picking up a welcome boundary.
I think he got the treatment he deserved. It was short and flat. And onto the back foot he went, and Albert and hit it nicely down to backward square. Got 4, so some 36 overs gone, 14 overs remaining. 197 for 6, so the 200 landmark just looming ahead, 3 runs short. Carter into his 9th. It's bowled well, 1 for 38. Use of the feet. And hits the ball down to long off. Gets a single. This has been a really good bowling performance. Just seemed to have grown so much in confidence, is Carter. Started off a little ragged, but he has redeemed himself quite well, so quite admirably so far. Yeah, the good thing about it, Raphael, he's kept it simple.
Yeah, kept it simple and seemed to be able to keep his line right, off stump, just outside the off stump. So he haven't been strained, but the last few of us have been really good control. Sometimes just on the short side, but the line has been good. This one was hit down to, once again, a deep cover.
Well, the 200 comes up in over number 37. That's a landmark, and as they always say, runs on the board. It's got to be the challenge for the West Indies on the 19 to chase that.
Yeah, we could probably have another tight game as the senior team. superb catch, and that one was pushed to short cover. And what a way to end. Ball pitched up and not to the pitch again, coming on the front foot. And just being able to push it to cover. You could see him reaching and not in position. And what a beautiful catch taken there.
A soft dismissal, we must admit, but quite frankly, that was a great catch by, it seemed to be, it's a substitute fielder, but it was a wonderful catch. He had to come forward to his right and then dive as the ball was dying and threatening to go to the ground. Great catch, really wonderful.
Yeah, good catch. And
Let's look at that again. Beautiful. There's a great deal of athleticism there, and took it quite comfortably, quite confidently in the end.
yeah, but that as a result of really good bowling by Carter there. Really, we have been working at the players, just having to reach for those deliveries that is turning away, particularly the right-handers. Again, the batsman fell there, reaching for the delivery.
Yeah, so Sebastian Morgan is gone. And I think England would feel they're in a spot of bother here. The 7th wicket has fallen for 201. I think this has been a good comeback here by the West Indies on the 19, who looked, early on in the innings at 50 without loss. Looked as though it was going to be a massive score, threatening 300.
Yeah, obviously good start, and then the middle with a batting of Moore and it was Falanka. They batted pretty well.
Jack Nelson, the new batsman. So a lot would depend on Ralphie Albert here, who's 21. He has got to take charge now. Nelson, the new batsman, would have to play a supportive role. He's gone to 22. Nelson will be taking strike for the first time. Takes guard from umpire Gregory Brathwaite. Into over number 38 now. Lewis. From over the wicket. And driving down to the extra cover area. Gets a single. So Nelson is off the mark. Oh, it's such a lovely feeling when you can get off the mark. Nobody wants to be in the duck farm. He certainly has not gone in there. He's got a single. There's an appeal. No, it says the umpire. Umpire Brathwaite is constant as the Northern Star. Well, he's an experienced umpire, of course. He's got a chance to look at this again.
I think a good decision. Ball just seemingly probably might have just missed the leg stump. Obviously, the batsman given the benefit of the doubt there.
Yeah, I think it was a good decision by the umpire. So at the end of 38 overs, 203 for 7. And the West Indies on the 19 could feel that they've done a pretty good job in the field and taken the catches. And the bowlers, I think they've come on strongly, if not in the early stage, but they've redeemed themselves well.
Yeah, they would feel good that they would have really pulled things back. I think after it would have settled to pick up 7 wickets. England just passing 200 runs. We also saw some good catching. Just one catch we know that was spilled in the slip, but generally I think they would feel comfortable that they will pull things back.
Cut down to backward point and getting two. I don't think Carter would be very happy about that. He felt that the effort of the backward point fielder seemed to be Pollard. He's very meticulous now about his field placing. Can't pierce the offside field this time. 2 for 44 into his 10th. This is his final over. He's bowled well.
Yeah, lifted over long on for a maximum. Again, this one, he was given some room, ball pitched up, and it was swung lustily by Nelson, the long on area.
Yeah, it was right in the slot, right in the slot. And he lifted it well, got it on the half volley, and lifted it handsomely over long on for 6. I think he got the treatment it deserved. That was a hefty blow.
Yeah, given the room with the ball tossed up, he really got hold of it and hit it nicely over mid-on.
Yes, it was right in the slot. And as Viv Richards used to say, once you get to the pitch of the ball, you can do whatever you want with it. It was something he told me as a youngster many years ago here at the National Stadium, where it was the old Queen's Park back then. And of course, if Viv told you that, you could understand that. I don't think that everybody could have applied that, but he was such an outstanding player. 211 for 7. He was such an outstanding player. And there was another thing he told me which was quite interesting. And commenting about how he played in contrast to Everton Weeks. Of course, Everton Weeks was the purist and tended to hit the ball on the ground. And Everton's argument is that if you hit the ball on the ground, you can't be caught. Viv said if you hit it in the air, it went faster.
Lewis.
Laws hit down to the mid-wicket area and they go through for a single. Both of them have merits in the air and on the ground.
Yeah, well, one would want to think you're on the ground, you safer.
You are safer.
You are certainly safer on the ground. But the power that Richards possesses, when you hit in the air, you hit it a very long way.
Yes, such a wonderful player, Sir Viv Richards. Comes down the pitch, gets it on the full. A bit disappointed with that. Maybe if he had stayed there,
Yeah,
it would have had greater leverage. But he was already coming down the pitch. Oh, that's beautiful. That's beautifully bowled. Another wicket gone. That one came into the right-handed batsman. Don't know if he was looking for it to go the other way. Let's look at this here. Oh, yes, it came in, wrapped him on the pad. The appeal went up and was given out leg before.
yeah, and it also was a quicker delivery, and it turned, and they are looking to pull. I guess looking to go with the movement to swing somebody down over mid wicket, but that one rushed in and hit the pad, and really was an easy decision for the umpire, hit in front. And I think they were seem to be happy to pick up one more.
Well, you know, Rayfel, I'm happy with what I'm seeing here because I think that there is such a scarcity of good spinners in the region, and you hardly would see a Chinaman googly bowler around.
Yeah.
And so it's a refreshing sight when you see a youngster who is bowling Chinaman and googlies. I remember that Trinidad and Tobago had this Chinaman googly bowler who stayed around for a little while and then disappeared from the scene, Afidesh Samaru,
Yeah.
who I thought had a very good future and then just seemed to disappear from the cricketing map. But this is refreshing.
Yeah, it is. And so long as he's pitching well, he will create a lot of problems. It will be really difficult. And yeah, this one really came back sharply, as the batsman were looking to pull and hit it somewhere through mid-wicket. They really rush into the pad.
Yes. What's the name you probably will hear about more? Laws. He's picked up one for 14. He's into his third.
But
Yes, we know that they can drag it down. Sometimes they could be a little on the short side. But when you have a batsman guessing as to where it's going to turn, whether it's going to be the Chinaman or the googly, then it's a good person to have on your team.
yes, something always going to happen with this sort of bowler. This is why they are so. These bowlers are so important. They hard to find, pretty scarce, but they are really good bowler. They can change things in pretty quick time.
Yeah, that previous delivery, that one came into the to the left-handed batsman. So he has this beautiful ability to turn the ball both ways. Gosh, can they work with this young man? And then you've got the one that would just go straight on,
Yeah.
and have the batsman guessing, looking for the Chinaman or the googly as the case may be, but doesn't do either, just go straight on with the arm. Over comes to an end, successful over. So 214 for 8, 14 overs, 40 overs gone, 10 remaining. And the run rate now at 5.35.
Yeah, the West Indies would be really hoping to pick up the other 2 wickets as quickly as possible. They certainly would want to be chasing under 250. They really have came back strongly to help England based on what we have seen in terms of the start and what we have seen in the middle in terms of batting. But I think the spinners would have really held their own coming back and picking up some important wickets.
Yeah, absolutely. So with 10 overs to go, 214. Don't forget, you've got Nelson's there on 10. They'll want a partnership here. They can't afford to lose a wicket here. If they do, it'll be ill afforded. So these two would have to stay here and score as many for England.
Yeah, good delivery on has Bell come back, picks up the attack here. Yes, 2 for 15 in his 5 overs, and he's now coming back with 10 overs to go. So he's certainly probably going to bowl his 5. And one expect that we're going to see the spin continue from the southern end. First delivery. They're a good one. As Stevenson makes his exit. 8 for 214, England, who they won the toss earlier on today and elected to bat. We've seen really some good prospect in terms of the batting. Though they will be probably disappointed to be in this position, having lost 8 for 214. But again, credit to West Indies, who have come back rather strongly and picked out wickets at regular interval. As I welcome back Clyde John.
Yeah, really, I want to agree with you. The West Indies have done well picking up wickets. A lot of credit has to go to The youngster bowling now in Shekon Bell.
Yeah, had a good spell. Picked up 2 for 15, and that was a bowler that began to keep things very tight. See a lot of aggression, and have been able to keep good line and length. This over so far, he has been really on a good link and line.
And this is what he has been doing really well, and really not giving much room to the batters. Early in his spell, we saw that he was able to get the ball to swing in the air, get that little movement off the pitch.
Yeah, I just would have made a little adjustment we see that probably bring back in a slip, just a little more attacking, as we see Minto just seem to be struggling a bit. Ball outside the off. This is well played. Just to put some doubt. We seen him getting the ball to lift outside the off stump, just outside the off stump, and leaving the left-hander. And certainly, as he completed that over, have been a good one. Just a single coming off the over, just 2 runs. 2 runs the last delivery coming out over, but has been a good over.
Yeah, again, Bell continues to showcase the talent that he has. 2 for 17 from some 6 overs at an economy rate of 2.62. I mean, he will take this any day in a 50-over contest.
Yeah, certainly. The sun comes back brightly. Have been going and coming this sort of morning that we had, but the condition remains really good for cricket.
So Laws continues from the river end. And I am happy to see that he has been able to settle in. His first over was a bit expensive, but since he has come back into the attack, has looked well.
He's into his fourth over. And it's a left-handed Minto. And this is the one that is leaving the left-hander. Yeah, as I say, these are bowlers that, when they begin to bowl, things will happen. They will bowl, as Steven said, the loose one going to come, but they picks up wicket.
This time it's just a bit full. Well played there. Picking up a pretty easy single. Again, you want to continue to keep the scoreboard ticking. Things have slowed quite a bit. Run rate down 5.25. And this one, he gets underneath it. Does it have the legs to go all the way? Yes, it does. For a moment there, you were one was wondering, will it get there?
Well, at the first look at it, one was thinking that they feel at long on would have picked up that catch. We'll see what happens here. Yeah, it was just way over, and he went for 6. But again, the batsman wasn't in control of it, and he just happened to get it over that long on fielder. But welcome boundary.
Again, this one much faster. Seeing the batter looking for the reverse, was able to push it through quickly. $224. Well, will they get to 250? Can the West Indies pick up the next 2 wickets rather cheaply? Another over comes to an end. It's over number 42 completed. So you have another 8 overs remaining.
Yeah, not a bad over, but I think Nelson will want to really take the attack. We really want to push things around for the next few overs. Having England having lost 8 wickets, and he probably is a senior batter, so you want to push it around. 225 for 8 after 42 overs. And it's really building to be what can probably be a good, exciting game.
Certainly shaping up to be a very excited game. As we would normally say, it's delicately poised right now. One will expect that the West Indies will be happy with a total anyway in the region of 250. I think they would back themselves to chase that any day. Not sure, how the English men will really take to the pitch, which is a good pitch for batting. But as the bowlers, once you put the effort in, you get results.
Yeah, I think it's a good cricket wicket. I mean, the bowlers, if they put the effort in, as we see from even the spinners, when they came on, they were ruffled and then came back and as they assess the pitch, they were able to bowl better line. They're able to slow it down. They're able to use the spinners in particular. Use having a lot of air in terms of delivery and certainly has got a result. I think it also gives England an opportunity to assess the pitch in terms of how it plays. So as we always say, runs on the board is runs on the board, and certainly whatever the final total is, I think West Indies will have to bat well.
Yeah, they certainly have to bat well. I saw quite a bit of their batting on display in that series against Sri Lanka. I think they chased some really good totals, 282, and they were able to get over the line. This one is lifted high, handsome. That has really been well struck there by Nelson. And Jack Nelson is saying that he wants to get a total over 250. And so he has really deposited a good hit over the ropes.
Yeah, superb shot. Using his feet and getting down to it and lifting it over long horn and really struck it well. He got into good position and he hit that really well over long on for 6. So he's playing a good hand. He's now on 25. I think that's his second maximum.
25 of 17 deliveries, so he's going well over 100. Just going at just about 138 strike rate. So seems to be the man for the moment. I think England knows as long as he's there, they will get some quick runs.
Yeah, he has a senior partner. He's really taking the responsibility. There's just a mid-off and a mid-on. $234 for 8. That's the conclusion of 43 overs. Current rate of 5.44.
That's another bell over completed. Again, we continue to see how well he has bowled, apart from that strike for 6. The over would have been pretty quiet. So they need to, at this stage, try to close off the innings. Maybe pick up 2 back-to-back wickets here.
Yeah, but 2 for 26 in 7.3 overs. I think we feel good of his bowling efforts.
Good delivery there by Laws. Drawing Nelson into false shot. Pulling out the reverse sweep, not getting it past the fielder. So you can see the Aggression coming from Nelson. He's not going to relent. A partnership of 21 between himself and Minto. He struck some 3 maximums, Nelson, in his score of 26. Just looking to put pressure on the West Indies team. Again, just lapping that one past the keeper. Going to bring up 2 runs.
Yeah, sensible batting there. That leg, backward square leg side is vacant. And he just lapped it, going almost over the keeper head. Safe spot on the field and picked up 2 runs. So good thinking. See adjustment on the field. He down the track and hitting firmly down the long off. So he's playing well. He moves to 29. He really has been playing a good hand.
Yeah, good. We've seen some good thinking by the batters, good thinking by the fielders. Captain Don doing well in terms of ensuring that his field is set in accordance to what he expects from his players, his bowlers especially.
It'll be interesting to see what happens. You give that ball some air, toss it up, see what Mintu does. Still going a little bit too fast, but that completes his over. Yeah, 1 for 27. But you go down to 10 and 9, 10 and 11, you want to make them think, throw it up, push it all away, let them come after it. Certainly 237 for 8 after 44.
From the Darbo end, the end that he started from. He's been able to get some lift, some good carry. There he goes again, a shot delivery, and Nelson not really looking to go after it. I think he recognizes the extra piece of Pollard.
Yeah, I think the bunks, the extra bunks there, just had to pull away from that shot. Just to see that, you know, as you look at him bowl from this northern end, and then he would have done from the southern end. Obviously, from the southern end, he did produce certainly a better spell, and you know, you would think that that southern end would be the ideal end for him, with left-hander with the breeze blowing across. But well, here he's back at this northern end, and he seemed to be able to get more pace bowling from this northern end than the southern end.
Yeah, he's really looking to keep it tight. And Nelson, who is the aggressor in this innings, in this partnership so far, just looking to be circumspect against him, picking up the single, and now Minto comes into strike.
Well, he's not bowling to the number 10 batter. Let's see what happens. Again, he goes short. And one would think you want to really attack the stumps and, you know, try to pick up wickets.
Yeah, hoping to maybe induce the false shot. Does have the backward square out and the fine leg also on the boundary. Maybe looking for that mistime hook.
Yes, I think one can afford to attack number 10 Minto a little bit more, right up, and just come down on it. But again, with the pace, he's getting the ball to bounce. I probably would bring in my slipper, maybe even bring the gully a little closer, just to put a little more pressure with the ball bouncing and, you know. can come off the edge, and the tendency is 10-11. You find that the batters will play more or less inside and push at the ball. Let's see what happens.
Getting shot into the body. So the ploy from Pollard seemed to be shot and then full pitch. We saw the Yorker coming in a while ago. This time he's pushing Minto on the back foot.
Well, he has so far picked up 1 for 26 in his 7th over.
Maybe the slower delivery is on its way. Slower Yorker somewhere attacking the stump.
Well, he has pushed the long off back, so which means you're probably going to bring that slow ball, hit down to, and yeah, that was the thinking. Just going to the right of the cover fielder. But I think the thinking was right there as he pushed it back and wanted to throw it and bring the ball right up, encouraging him to hit, which he did. It just didn't get to the fielder. So that completes, that's just 3 deliveries in the over.
Yeah, so now we'll complete the over. Just making sure that, you keep that pressure on. 239 for 8 at the end of the 45th over. 5 overs remaining. Certainly the English will be looking for that score over 250.
Yeah, certainly. And just to clarify, Pollard would have bowled 3 deliveries in one of the overs. So that that would have completed his over.
Take outside edge being found. It's your new bowler in RJ Gittins. He comes back from the river end or the southern end. Nelson is on 30. It's been the main aggressor so far in this partnership of 27 with this pair. 240 comes up, 240 on the board.
So Jack Nelson has played a good hand. He's on 30 from 25 deliveries. Really played a good hand.
Again, hitting well through the offside. And the first one pretty quickly. But the fielder is well alert.
I would have loved to see the spinner bowling more at Minto. See what happens. The tendency is that going to hit if that ball is thrown up there.
Yeah.
But do you have other thoughts? No, we just see the slip in place.
Yeah, Minto just looking to throw the kitchen sink at that one. Really no way close to the line of the delivery. But certainly the intent, the aggressive intent is clearly seen. RJ will now need to, really keep focus and look to attack him where he least expects.
Well, Jack Nelson just had a word with him and probably might be telling him there's no need to go flat out yet, push it around to get the singles. As he has done, push it down to third man. And Nelson come back into strike. I think which was the right thing to do. There's still better part of 4 overs to go. So and with 8 wickets down, you want to stay as long as possible with Nelson.
Yeah, Nelson, who has been the aggressor and really been hitting well, you want to get him on strike. And he hits straight to the man there at short cover. And so Rai Gittins gets the breakthrough, a wicket to his name. He has toiled hard. And so it will be a good feeling to see the back of Nelson, and a good feeling to get your first wicket in this game.
Yeah, important wicket there. You could see him just move into the leg side and try to give himself room, probably with the intention to hit over cover. Just wasn't able to do so and hit straight to the cover fielder. I think it was Carter who would have picked up that catch there and having to move, go down low to his right. But again, it's an important wicket for the West Indies. Nelson looked the player that that has shown he has the ability to hit the ball out of the ground and really was the attacking player. So picking up that wicket, I think, is really important for the West Indies guards.
Yeah, I think this is something that they've done well in terms of being able to get the more or less set batters out. They really created that sort of pressure to get these batters to play that fall shots. And so they will be happy as the scoreboard would read 242 for 9.
Yeah, and you are right in that they have been able to get the set batters out at critical times. And that, in my view, that have really turned the tide in terms of what has happened. And I think they probably will be looking to see if they can just complete it and probably try to pick up the final wicket.
Yeah, Benjamin Gittins gets in. Dot delivery to end the over. So the over completed. Over number 46. 242 for 9. 4 overs remain. Will be interesting. The current run rate 5.26. So still up over 5. Minto will be on strike for the start of the next over. I do believe Pollard is going to complete his spell as close to, is going to continue until maybe getting close to the end of his spell.
Yeah, be interesting to see the approach. I feel that is set. The left-handed Minto is in strike. There's one slip. Now we see the slip is being put into position. Third man on the boundary, backward point cover, and there's also a cover fielder on the boundary. Again, short. Not a wayward delivery boldly by Pollard. You want to attack the batsman. You want to be as straight as possible. And again, this one was short and down the leg side.
I quite agree with you. You want to get the batsman. If you're going to dig it in short, he has to be able to get it at the body of the batter. He should not be able to duck underneath it as easily as he has done.
And that's the reason why you put the first slip in place now. Give him an opportunity. High in the air and a simple catch to the first slip fielder. Again, looking for the reverse flick, probably. And the England inning has concluded. Final wicket, Minto. And he was caught by first slip fielder, which again seems to be Carter. We're just going to get it right. But England are all out when they are 46.2 overs, 242. And I do believe, Clyde, that West Indies can feel really happy about their performance.
Yeah, I think the West Indies under-19s will feel happy with that performance to get the English out on the 250. When they started, they certainly looked more like a 300 score, but they've really dug deep and really clawed their way through this game, ensuring that they get the critical breakthrough and really to just keep the game at a rate that they can control. And so good showing from the West Indies under-19s.
So we have had the first half of this game today. First of the 7th one-day game, 50 over games completed. England earlier won the toss and scored some 242 in the 50 overs.
Yeah, certainly. Bell doing well.
So just to run through the scorecard, Ben Dawkins, as he opened the batting with with Mohammed. And certainly the opening pair looked pretty good. Both Mohammed and Dawkins look pretty well. Dawkins, think played very well, and he was caught by Lang and off the bowling of Bell. The first wicket 19, and he faced 28 deliveries, 54 minutes, and he had 1-4. Then Mohammed, who looked pretty well, was caught by Gittins off the bowling of Pollard. He went for 22. That was a big wicket. Joe Mose, a stump by Francis off bowling of Carter, and he scored 59. And really, he was probably one of the feature of the batted really well. And Caleb Falconer was caught by Brian, bowled Tilliconi 44, and he faced 43 deliveries. And again, he had another tremendous inning. Albert Ahmed, the captain, again was stumped by Francis of the bowling of Tilliconi, and he went for 16. Albert LBW and Laws, and he went for 23. Morgan was Scott substitute of the bowling of Carter. He went 4. And we had Nelson caught by Carter, bowled getting 31. He played a good inning at the end. And Mintu was caught by Francis, bowled Pollard for 8. And Lumsden not out, score of 242. Pollard 6.5 overs, 2 for 27. Gittins 5 overs, 1 for 29. Bell had 7.3 overs, 2 for 26. And Van 2 overs, none for 22. Tilliconi 10 overs, and he had 2 for 58. And Carter 10 overs, he also had 2 for 50. Really was a good all-round bowling performance by the West Indies.
Yeah, good all-round bowling performance. They worked really hard to make sure that they got the critical breakthroughs, and I think it was well backed up by some good fielding, good catching, and so it sets the stage for a very interesting second half. They will feel comfortable chasing that 242. Again, they will need a good start, and I think from there they can build on that innings. But certainly, when we get back on the next half, we will see what their approach will be.
Yeah, I've been a good first half, competitive first half, and I think one can see it probably even in terms of what we would have seen this morning. England started well, the West Indies came back and ending at 242. I would think that the West Indies will feel good about that sort of score, and one waits the response. We expect it to be very challenging, very competitive, and we certainly hope that you are in a position to join us probably in about the next 40 minutes or so. We expect that this first 50-over game will probably go down to the wire. So we do expect you, and we ask that you join us in probably just another 40 minutes for the completion for the second half of this game.
And welcome back here at the National Stadium here in St. George's, Grenada, where the England under 19 posting 242. 242 all out. And so the West Indians are going to be chasing. This is a pretty decent total. So here's the first ball of the West Indies innings. One that seemed to call back a long way.
Yes, it's Mintu that started from this northern end, and we have seen already left arm really good swing. That ball swinging from outside the off stump. The keeper had to move to his right, just a dive to stop that ball. So already we have seen some swing. Brian, is it that is facing? West Indies need 243 for victory. And really be hoping for good start.
Manny Lumsden. Left arm seamer. There are a couple of left arm seamers in the West Indies lineup attack.
We have seen Pollard starting the attack, left arm piecer. Now we have seen Minto, left arm piecer starting for England. This is two slips in position. And force extra, wide signal there. Shot, a lifting ball, bouncer. The batsman Brian, they just had to get under it. So there's some aggression shown there by Minto. Really already extracting some piece of this pitch.
Well, that's typical of the early part of the innings. The fielding team always G up, very chirpy, encouraging one another, and particularly encouraging the fast bowler. Very, very chirpy out there. No question about that.
Yeah, we'll be looking for early breakthrough, England.
Yeah, first run off the bat. Just glided behind square, backward point.
And today has been this kind of day where we have lost the sun once again outside. Like take over a bit on the overcast side as we lose the sun.
One thing gets one wayward down the leg side, left alone. The umpire signal a wide, so that's the second extra in the inning so far.
Well, again, we see we seen it like a repeat. We saw Pollard open the bowling, and that was one of his areas where we felt that he was sort of weak in terms of the wides and we started the spell, and we basically seen the same thing with Minto. Number of wides in his first over, but again, both bowlers looked to extract a lot of piece in their first over, and as such was all over the place.
Yeah, it's important that you get your radar right very early. and set the stage for a good spell. Although there are some bowlers who start erratically and able to redeem themselves, but it's always so much better when you can start well. It does put more doubt in the minds of the batters rather than being all over the place. It's a challenge in total, 242. One thought that they would have gotten a bit more than that. There's another wide down the leg side, confirmed by the umpire. So extras have already gone on to 3 of the 5 runs scored so far. It really is quite resplendent conditions. It's ethereal, beautiful day. This is really lovely. Sun is out in all its glory. Beaten outside the off stump. I thought he played at that one.
Yeah, good delivery. Pitch and left to right hander. And the ball just going past the edge, very close to the edge.
Keep going.
Of course, the West Indies on the 19 would want a very good start here. It's important that these two get off to a good start. Lay a firm foundation. Led by, signal by the umpire. So a proper foundation is indeed necessary.
So Morgan it is that is, take up the attack from the southern end. Now they are pulled out to one of the slip.
No, you mark. You're going a bit inside. That's it there. Right arm over to you as well.
So Ben Dawkins, he's the only slip fielder.
Another leg by. Extras have now gone on to 5. I seem to be doing it in extras now.
Yeah, quite a number of extras. Ball coming out the pad. Now the second slip is being placed for Brian.
Fontaine. So he's got 2 slips and there is a third man, backward point. Cover. There's a mid-off and a mid-on. Mid-wicket and a long leg is right back on the boundary.
Yeah, second slip in Mays.
That was a good delivery, good rising delivery. That Fontaine had to pull the bottom hand away and just try to ride it with the tide.
Yeah, walking up some paces, Morgan. You've seen two opening bowlers just trying to walk up some pace. I think that Morgan is more online. He's really forcing the batsman to play.
Yeah, that's what it's all about. When you've got the red chair in your hand, you should make best use of it, either by pace and movement or both. Good carry.
Yeah, and just when you speak about forcing the batsman to play, this one was a wide pitch and it really moved further away. Ball almost taking almost in front of first slip. But yet another extra. Well, yeah, doing it by extras. Another extra no ball. It's a free hit.
Yeah, not good. Captain Ahmed would not be very happy with that at all. Don't want to be overstepping. So he's been guilty of that. This is a free hit and can punt in. Make good use of this free hit coming up. Field can't be changed.
Last ball.
Let's see what he's going to do with this. Well, he hits that in the air and goes close to the boundary line. They will come back for the second. Gets it over the long off area and got 2.
Well, actually, it's been taken by the mid-off fielder
It was taken?
who had to run back.
Oh, I'm sorry. He didn't
But
quite catch that.
certainly could not have been out with this free
Well,
hit.
let's see that. Let's look at it again. Airborne for quite some time. Yeah, actually. Oh, it was a good catch too.
Yeah, good.
Well, no need to say that you can't be out on a free hit. Of course, you could be run out. Here's Morgan once more. Off the back foot. Nice back foot drive. Runs here. And that's going to go all the way to the boundary for 4. Oh, that was a lovely shot. There was a bit of bounce. And he was onto the back foot. He was right on top of it. Kept it down well. And yeah, saw him up on the toes, onto the back foot, and hit that really nicely between the cover and backward point, and went to the boundary for 4.
Yeah, very good shot by Brian. Really into good position, short lifting delivery. And he was on top of it and really played it smoothly to backward point. And picked up his first boundary.
Yeah, didn't try to hit it too hard and didn't try to hit it too early either. Just waited until the ball was just adjacent to him and spanked it through the offside for 4. That was lovely, really lovely. Over number 3 in progress here. Just to remind listeners, of course, the target being 242, well, 243. England dismissed with overs to spare. Dismissed in 46.2 overs. So there still was some 3.4 overs to go. Ill afforded. Another extra on the board, wide signal by the umpire.
Yeah, see some disappointment in Mintu there, just throwing its head back as that ball go down the leg side. Probably a little disappointed with himself. Bowling a number of extras.
Should see a good chase here, I would think. Good pitch, good condition, good outfield. Short rising delivery that Brian ducks under. Just indicating by the umpire took it, suggesting 1 for the over. Mintu. I just love to see aggression. When you're a fast bowler, opening fast bowler, you gotta be coming at the opening batsman, whether it's pure speed or mixture of speed and movement. That's what it's all about. Don't make your opening batsman comfortable at all.
Yeah, and we have seen it from our left arm opening bowlers. You tend to have our left arm bowlers focus more a lot on swing, but we have seen that they both try to generate as much pace as possible, and you can see Mintu's really bending his back.
Yes, these guys are young, and they're strong and use that youthfulness and exuberance that you've got. Energy, drive, passion. Gotta be bending your back. Over has come to an end. So 3 overs gone is 16 without loss.
Yeah, good start so far. No drama really. West Indies looking to get 243 for victory. Will really want to start on a winning note, and therefore I do believe they would be very cautious, looking to get a good start, set a good foundation. So both players here, we know what Fontaine in particular does. Has been a very good player. Dominican did have a tremendous series here in the win was on a 19 tournament last year, and only this year, and a lot is expected from him.
I like him. I love what I saw. Oh, it's got him caught. That seemed to have turned him around. There's an appeal. Oh, the umpire said not out. Well bowled. It was an absolute beauty. Let's look at it again here. Oh, he turned him around. Must have just hit somewhere around the hip area. Went to the first slip fielder, who gleefully gobbled it up. But the umpire said, no, that's not out.
Yeah, it was a superb delivery and also a very good decision. We come back to it. No one noticed that the ball would have gone to the slip a lot slower. As he turned in and it went a lot slower. And obviously it meant that it probably hit something softer. And I think it was a real good decision there by the umpire. And but credit to the bowler, a tremendous delivery that turned him around.
Is there so many things umpires have to take into consideration while officiating, and umpire Bradley got that right. Yes, if it hits the bat repel, it will tend to get
Much
to the
fast.
fielder much quicker. But when it hits the soft part of the body, it will not travel that quickly. Turns it neatly, gets it out to fine leg and gets a single. Well, it's a pretty quiet start here by the West Indies on the 19 into the fourth over. 18 without loss. So the run rate is good, 0.91. So that's fine. Oh, he was fishing outside the arse stump. Naughty Fontaine.
Has been an impressive start by Morgan, really. Has been an impressive start by Morgan, coming in from the southern Indian. Again, he also is extracting some pace, but there are a lot of movement, particularly moving the ball away from the right-handed batter.
Yeah,
Keen.
it looks rather businesslike though. It's like it's coming in there. Oh, he's overstepped again. I was just about to applaud him and to praise him because he seemed to be like a man on a mission. But this would be his second no ball. I think he's bowled from the far end, the River Road end, or the cemetery end. For those of you who are acquainted with the National Stadium. So here's a free hit coming up. See whether he will make full use of it. Fontaine. Well bowled. So that completes the over. Dot ball. And after some 4 overs, West Indies on the 19. They're 19 without loss.
Well, has been a very good over bowled by Morgan. Really, he looks very organized and really hitting that length, being able to get the ball to leave the right-handed batsman. But again, even with that, he does have some pace, and you can see him hustling the batsman. despite the no volley bowling that over, but really seemed to be a good prospect, and that has been a good over.
Yeah. Yeah, he's coming in, he's giving it, really bending his back and putting shoulders into it.
It's 19 without loss, West Indies.
So we do have some left arm seamers in this game. I was just thinking about the West Indies on the 19 team and Pollard, who I think is from Jamaica, if I got that right. And but Jamaica has not produced any real recognizable international left arm seamers. I'll get back to that after this delivery. But they've had the likes of course, Michael Holding, Newton Dow, Patrick Patterson, Courtney Walsh. All of these have been outstanding fast bowlers for the West Indies over the years. But there is Sheldon Cottrell, of course, who represented both Jamaica and the West Indies, left arm seamer, and one who swung the ball quite well too. But they have not been known to produce many left arm seamers. Ball goes down to fine leg. They will come back for the second. They've got to hurry and they get there too. Good running. Fielder had to run across to his left about 30 yards, subbed the opportunity to go back for the second. Ball inadvertently getting the inside portion of the bat and going down to fine leg.
Yeah, ball taking the inside part of the bat. Really, the batsman who really looking around, wasn't sure where it went. Was fortunate to pick up 2 runs.
Well, they're so vocal out there, and quite rightly too. How much does that do to a player or a repel as a bowler coming in and you've got the support of the rest of the fielders urging you on?
Well, it gives you a lot of encouragement, and that will help you. You want to do well, and knowing that you have the team itself supporting you and encouraging you, you would really want to do well. It probably cause you to go the extra way, the extra mile, just to make sure something happens. So it's a big encouragement to the bowler.
Brian wanting a single, set back by Fontaine. Yeah, they are rather chirpy there. They're loud. Everybody contributing to the voices out there. Sure, you folk there in listening land and viewing land can hear the voices coming through a microphone. Some players, of course, you needle them and it gets to them, and there are other players that brings out the best of them.
Yeah. But that has been a much better over by Mintu. I think he was just really more online and kept things really quiet. He kept the batsman Brian really been, yeah, been very attentive, having to play straight. He was able to hit the liners more often than not in this particular over. And again, as you were speaking, maybe the encouragement by the players would have given him what it takes to just push a little harder.
Driven out to short cover. That was going rather quickly. Diving, stop.
Yeah.
They had cover.
And that wasn't a bad delivery, but he played through the line and really hit it well. timed it well. Good stop by the cover fielder.
So they have employed those two slippers there for the edge, the nick, obviously. Yeah, he missed his run. It was easy to see that. Saw that rather early. And it's always the better thing to do when you miss your run. Don't go through with it. Abort it. Go all the way back. Yes, you will expend energy, but it's always better to be comfortable in your approach to the wickets. So I thought he did the right thing. Morgan. This is going to peel off the outside edge. And that went between the slippers and went down to the third man boundary for 4. That's certainly not where he wanted to put that. He's looking to drive that maybe through the covers. Yeah, went down to third man for 4.
Yeah, not what he intended, but I think that he sort of really pushed hard at that ball, so he took the edge and flew past the second slip and fine off the third man fielder and went down to the boundary for 4. Again, you could see the aggression in the bowling of Morgan there.
Yeah, he is coming through with a bit of pace. He does look rather pacey because at times when the players have to hustle their shots, even in defense, that would tell you that a bit about the rapidity of the bowling. Off the back foot, but hits it hard into the ground. As Morgan gets an accommodating bounce on his follow through. So all of these matches, all 7 of them will be played here at the National Cricket Stadium. Wonderful, picturesque environment here at the National Cricket Stadium. Completely different from what we knew yesteryear, we felt. At some point, we'll try and get an old photo of the Queen's Park to put it up before the demolition of the zinc sheets that surrounded the entire cricket area, which was demolished, I think, in 1997. Oh, that's the first wicket going.
Yeah.
Didn't look quite comfortable at all.
Yeah, I think he was rushed really by the bowling of Morgan. He really looks good and bowling pretty quickly. And that ball really rushing him very quickly. As we see him there and really he was beaten for pace and it really went right through him.
Yes,
Tremendous delivery.
was looking for the big booming drive. So the West Indies on the 19, they've lost the first wicket as Fontaine goes, gone for 8, bowled by Sebastian Morgan, and the West Indies now 25 for 1.
Yeah, and it goes back to, what you said this morning in terms of bowling straight. Bowling straight if you place anything wrong, if you're not technically correct, it gives you an opportunity to pick up wickets. And this one went right through Fontaine and hitting the stumps. Really is a good sight for a fast bowler.
Oh, yes, absolutely. Oh, they love it. So Zachary Carter, who bowled pretty well earlier on, has now come to join Bryant with a total 25 for 1.
Well, it's the same as other guys, other day. Just going mad.
Good blow struck by England on the 19. Well bowled. Kept the ball up. Fontaine looking for the expansive drive, maybe over the bowler's head, not to the pitch, and was bowled. So Bryant and Carter, they obviously got to do some restorative work here. But they won't have it easy, you see. This opening pair, they bowled well, with some measure of hostility too.
Yes, I agree with you that this pair would have bowled very well opening pair. And particularly Morgan really has been really focused in his deliveries.
Yes, there have been several extras, but the aggression has been there. Gliding down to third man and gets off the mark Carter. We're talking about the stadium and the tremendous transformation, Rayfel, that has taken place here over the last few years. Quite a number of international matches have been played, and West Indies against Australia a couple of months ago, with the Australians touring the Caribbean. And this national stadium here, of course, got a tremendous history about it. There was once a goodly lady by the name of Lucy Darbo who owned this massive acreage of lands. Delivery outside the off, I'm just looking to glide that. Didn't beat that. Cordon, just a lone slipper, and of course the keeper behind the stumps. Yeah, going back to that, Lucy Darbo donated this property for the people of Grenada for recreational purposes, and that was enshrined in the agreement. So it spanned where the national stadium is, National Cricket and Athletic Stadium are, and goes up to what is known as the Darbo Hills, which has transformed tremendously over the years. Because back in the 50s and 60s, there weren't houses perched up there. Now, to the northern end of the ground, there are quite a number of them perched, and some of them quite precariously. So that completes the over. With some 7 overs gone, West Indies 27 for 1.
Yeah, good over. Minto in his 4 overs has gone for 13. Obviously, he has settled on now into a better length, better line. And Carter and Brian both very watchful. He wouldn't want to lose another wicket at this moment, but really to push on from there, make sure that they have that sort of foundation that certainly would give them what is necessary to get on to the score of 243. But both bowlers just settling a lot better. And the West Indian batsmen will have to be really watchful as they endeavor to get it at 243, which is required.
Yeah, it's going to be quite a task. I don't think it's going to be a walk in the park. And you can see that they are piling the pressure on. They're not going to make this target an easy one. The run rate has dropped. It's now 3.77. I think England under 19 will be a bit disappointed with their total of 242. I think they may well feel that there were 30 runs, 40 runs short of that.
Yeah, I think they will be very disappointed. Maybe they should. I would think uh, they would aim in probably to get at least 300 runs here, and yeah, falling for 242. I think they will be disappointed. I think they had lost some wickets at critical periods. I think that would have really pushed them back. But you can, we can look at some players who would have really looked good in the innings for England. Started well, and we look as though they was in total control.
Yes, got good start and just seemed to have fallen away. I think the captain himself would be disappointed with his dismissal. Stumped when he was really looking good.
Yeah, the particular three players we could think that must be disappointed with the dismissal. Besides the captain, we had Morse, we had Kalinda. I think what these were three main players who really looked well, who was in control and lost the wicket. But here Morgan continued to be very, very tight and giving Carter some difficulty, not being hitting just around middle and leg stump there. And Carter having to be very cautious, being hit on the pad the last two deliveries. And once again, his link had been really good. That ball take the outsiders and go to a gully position. And that complete another over. It's fourth over. And really is another really good over. And he has gone, pick up one wicket. It's gone for 12 minutes, 4 overs.
Yeah, good start here by England on the 19. They bowl well. They've had some extras that they gave away. I just think it's a bit much at this point. 9 extras gone, but they've not lost aggressiveness, and that's what I like about what I see them doing. They've been coming and they've been coming at you hard, and they've also tightened up too quite significantly.
Yeah. And they have been able to cause the batsman to have to play. Um, I see that last over by Morgan, Carter had to play almost every delivery and had to be so careful in keeping it out. So they have been able to keep things very tight, bowl very straight, not giving much away. Once again, right up, and that ball just swinging, probably just maybe would have clipped the pad of Brian.
Yeah, I think he may have felt that he missed out there. That was onto the line of the leg stump. And all you need is a bit of a tickle, get it down to fine leg in that gaping area there.
Yeah, there's a big gap down to fine leg. That fielder is almost backward square. So a lot of room, fine leg, long leg. Another good delivery. Ball leaving the left-handed Brian. And Minto in his fifth over. Despite the extras, he's only gone for 13.
You think he might be coming to the end of a first spell?
Yeah, probably after this over. Well, one would think that he probably gonna take a break, but has been hitting some good length once again.
Well, they go through for 2 balls struck through forward square, just to the right of the square leg umpire, and they got 2. Brandon's now gone to 9. Sorry, he's gone into double figures. He's got to 11.
And he's got 11 from 29 deliveries. Qatar won from 7.
They got to be careful that they don't get into a rut here where the strike is not rotated. You've got to be looking to score, Raphael. That's the important thing. Not being loose, not necessarily throwing caution to the wind, but I'm saying it's about conjuring up and determining how can I score. Maybe play with soft hand, open the face of the bat, look for angles. But that's what's important. Can't soak up too many dot balls. It's not going to help. Well, that was sinking down the leg side, wayward delivery, and he helped it on its way to the boundary for 4, slanting down the leg side. And Brand saw the opportunity and just helped it on its way. So he's gone up to 15, and after 9, it's 33 for 1.
Yeah, just train down the leg side a bit, and just he probably seemed to get an inside edge onto this one. And with nobody, long leg, fine leg, the fielder having to run from almost backward square. So you're able to pick up a boundary. I don't think that's the way that Minto wanted to end. I think he was bowling really, really well. And that finally, and then effort to keep the ball right up. Just train a bit down the leg side. And the batsman is picking up 4. As the extras continues, beginning of Morgan's over. He's also into his 5th over, so we probably will see some changes
Yeah,
from the next over.
we won't be surprised. Just the one slip posted now, though. Oh, there was a. Oh, that was close. I think Carter got off to a late start. I don't think he's fast across the turf as Brand is, but a belated call, and they went for the single.
Yeah, and the difficulty with that is, as you see, the batsman looking to pull there, and obviously that he would have taken some time to kind of recover and start a run. But Brian was on his way, so Carter really had to hustle to get up to that non-striker's end, which he really did. But it really looked very close. So they was able to pick up single.
Yeah, Morris was very alert to peel the right glove off and hurl the return at the non-striker's end. Just shows you how alert he was there. Covered the ground and covered the distance very quickly. Oh, that was pitched up and he came forward and hit that. They've gone for 1. Won't come back for the second. Quite wisely, too. He didn't really got the connection that he wanted. And so there was a bit of premeditation in that, too.
Yeah, you just seemingly see the ball pitch up and just look to swing through the line, but really was not at the pitch. It went high up, just to the right of the mid-on fielder, and only got 1. He really didn't get any way close to the pitch of that delivery.
And there was a bit of bottom man into it, too. Way down the left side. Another extra. Extra was way down the left side. So extras have contributed healthily. They've gone down to 12. 12 out of a total of 38.
Yeah, and a good take by the keeper. Moores really had to move quickly to his right, and he took that with both hands. Nice. Wearing shirt number 47. Good knock of 59. More.
So the game is nicely poised here. Yes, early days in West Indies' innings, but still nicely poised. If England can snake through a wicket here, then the West Indies would be on the back foot. They had an early loss with Fontaine bowled by Morgan for 8. Can these two just restore things, maybe put another 30, 40? They've got to have these little targets in their mind. England will be thinking differently. Playing a little bit away from the body. Gets a single. Is Brand. So 10 overs gone. 39 runs yielded from the power play. 39 for 1. Brand is 17 and Carter 2.
Yes, and at the end of the first 10 overs, first power play, we saw that bowlers 5 overs each. Mintu 5 overs, no maiden, 19 runs, no wicket. We had Morgan 5 overs, 1 maiden, 17 runs, 1 wicket. We have seen really an aggressive start by both opening bowlers for England, and really obviously pushed away the West Indian batsmen on the back foot. They had to be very careful, very watchful. Fontaine was really bowled by a beauty that really rushed him and actually rushed through him. Certainly, it's a good, impressive opening start by the England under 19 team.
Yeah, I quite agree with you, Rifa. Been really good. Good aggressive fast bowling, really attacking the batters, asking them to, show the sort of defense that they have. And so far, Brian has done well. Moves on to 18. And I think this is a feature of his batting. He's the type of youngster that is ready to bat for long. He had 1 half century against Sri Lanka. In that last series, he got 52, his highest score at North Sound. And that was one of the features. He really batted for a long period. Seemed to have that tenacity to be patient.
And you certainly need these sort of players in 50 over matches, persons that have the ability to bat for really long periods. If you're going to do well as a batting team, you obviously need to have a person that would stay in the wicket. Maybe the shot makers can come around them, but certainly you need that sort of player.
Yeah, he is the one that they can count on to steady the ship somewhat. Especially at the top order, you want to make sure that you get off the good starts.
So it's Lumps then in his first over. Ball played nicely down to backward point, and that goes for 4. Backward square. That's sort of Gordon Green in that shot, lifting one leg and clipping it down to backward square position. The fielder who's on long leg really had no chance and picked up a very important boundary.
But to tell you the truth, it didn't look as he connected it that well. He looked as if he was just tucking inside, but it raced across the turf and went to the boundary.
Yeah, that should give him quite a bit of confidence. Does seem to be pretty tight in his defense. His Carter does seem to be pretty organized. I know that he had some difficulty with the bowling of Margon that rushed him. But generally, he looked tight in his defense. In good position to the short delivery that comes on. Get right behind it and play straight. So just show some quality.
Yeah, he does possess good defense. This one is just tucked into the onside back of the square. But he's that strong lad, very strong lad. Can hit the ball a very long way, but so far from what I've seen of him in that Sri Lanka series and here now, he does have a really good technique about him. He has a good touch. Is able to rotate the strike really nicely. And so
Yeah.
has the making of a good top order batter.
Yes, and he have to be. And we look at him now, everything seems to come off the middle of the bat. And batting at number 3 indicates that he do have some quality. And one would hope that, he really put his head down, get a good score. But the short time he has been there, look very organized.
Ball is right arm round top of there.
Oh, seemed to be a change in the bowling. We're going to see the first sign of spin coming from the river end. It's going to be the captain, Farhan Ahmed, taking up the duties. We'll want to have a good start. We saw that when the West Indian spinners came on, the English batters used that opportunity to really get after them. Really didn't allow them to settle in too early. Eventually, they had to work their way back in.
Yeah. It would be very interesting to see the approach, how they're going to handle the slow bowlers. As you rightly said, the English batsmen really went after the spinners. I think they probably felt overconfidence going after the spinners and lost some important wickets.
Yeah, I certainly think so.
And West Indies did pull it back. So it'll be interesting to see the approach of both Brian and Kat. Huh?
Yeah. Yeah, the approach will be important. As we said, Brian has the ability to bat for long. And so one would hope that he remains out there. That important innings of 52 that he got at North Sound, they were chasing some 290, 282, I think they were chasing to win. And he played a really important knock there. Just possess that air of confidence. And not so much of a bulky guy, pretty small in stature, but he seems to have a really good head on his shoulders.
Yeah, and it's all about timing and not necessarily power. But you're a good timer of the ball. You caught.
What a breakthrough. And looking to sweep was Brian, and really not sweeping hard. He just looked to paddle it around, but the field was set for that shot. And he paddled it straight into the hands of the fielder there at backward square, taking a relatively easy catch.
Yeah, you probably would have been better advised to go through and play a full-blooded sweep shot, or just looking to lap it, and you could see it coming off the top part of the bat and just feel that backward square leg. Just having to jump a bit, but take a fairly simple catch. But if you have gone, play a full-fledged shot, there's nobody on the deep backward square boundary. The unfortunate thing, we were just speaking about him in terms of the importance of a player like that in any team. That could kind of cool things when the batters are beginning to be aggressive around him. You need that sort of calming person. But, again, it's not a good blow. Cindy losing their second wicket, and Right away in the first over, spinners picked up another wicket.
Yeah, good start there for Ahmed. This is what the English were hoping for when they made the change, that you get a breakthrough, and it has come in his first over. So definitely he will be happy with the fact that he has taken the reins. I know he's the captain, and the captain comes on and gets the breakthrough. It says that his plan is working.
One delivery remain in the over.
That brings the other captain, though, Joshua Dawn. He's the man coming in. One will hope that he can repeat that score of 95 that he had in that same match that Bryant got the 52. Joshua Dawn got 45. Got 95 rather. So one would hope that he can stay on there and bat for long.
Yeah, it started with a good over. You could see the confidence in his bowling. 46 for 2. West Indies still requiring 197, 228 balls. So really and truly, the balls, it's not a difficulty in terms of time and the balls remaining. And I see even time because we continue to have beautiful condition. The sun is shining, really the ideal condition you want for cricket. So they will have to really consolidate. No need to rush, but play each ball on its merit.
And this one is lifted over wide long on by Carter. They cross for 2. But as you rightly said, everything is there. And despite losing the 2 wickets, 48 on the board, still in a decent enough position. You want to make sure that you continuously keep the scoreboard ticking and staying ahead of the run rate somewhat. And you should have an easy victory.
Yeah. And that's a good confident shot played by Carter there. He clipped it over wide mid-on. Picked up 2. Certainly, it does favor that onside. See him now just holding the side. Being hit. Another lifting delivery that came into him, and he didn't want it. Just above the waist. Just above the waist.
Yeah, and that one will sting for a little bit.
Yeah, England really seem to be playing with a plan. That the attack to Carter has been consistent. Ball coming into him. Previous over, he was clipped one through backward square, lifting the right foot. But just a bit above the pitch, Clyde. Even at this time, with the sun beating down on the pitch, there really seemed to be good carry. The ball is bouncing nicely as this one really went through quickly, and the keeper just taking it above his waist.
Yeah, the pitch, as we say, it continues to play well. Once you put in the effort as the fast bowlers or as the spinners, you will get returns. Lumsden is certainly putting some energy and effort into his bowling. Really hoping to keep things tight. This partnership here will be a crucial one for the West Indies. Dawn and Carter, two of the more powerful hitters of the cricket ball in this side. And they will want to remain out there for as long as possible. And Lumsden just honing in onto that off stump. Really not giving Dawn any chance to free the arms. Hear the chirping coming from the stump mics. The English under 19s, they're really in a good position. Another over comes to an end. At the end of the 13th over, it's 49 for 2. The West Indies under 19 are just a bit slow getting off. One would hope that they can, get that run rate closer to the required run rate and make sure that they compete and compete without having to work too hard.
Yeah, one must certainly give the England bowlers credit, though. The seamers, I thought, really were very disciplined in terms of their approach. It generally was wicket to wicket, and the length have been pretty good. And it really caused the batters to be very, very careful and not to take much chances. They didn't have much to score from. So I thought it was a very, very disciplined attack.
Yes, we see the Lord appeal and the umpire being in agreement with the bowler there, Ahmed, as Carter goes LBW to Ahmed and pushing that one. It seemed to have trapped him just about on the line. Yeah, just getting that little bit of turn, that hint of turn, and umpire Brathwaite suggesting that it just would roll on to hit maybe the middle and off.
Yeah, I thought it was a good decision. And he came forward, and you could have seen that the gap between the bat and the pad there. And again, I know we would have spoken about it. It's so important that especially when you keep ball straight. As we look at this ball again, and look where the bat comes, it sort of come around and then went right through. And certainly, good decision by the umpire. And again, we see the brilliance of Ahmed once again. Let's pick up another wicket.
Yeah, Carter just playing there for a bit more turn. But that one really didn't turn as much. It turned, but not as much as he anticipated. So he was just pushing down a line that is a bit further than the trajectory of the ball.
And what again was important in that delivery, he didn't try to bowl it too fast. Give it some air, just pitch it on that teasing length where it caused the batsman to come forward and he's not sure. And that is what actually happened as he went through, as he beat the bat and hit the pad.
Yes, important blow struck there by Ahmed. Tilokani replacing Carter. West Indies under 19 in a spot of bother, 49 for 3. We're in over number 14. As we rightly said earlier, this period here will determine how good a player this pair are in terms of Dawn and Tilokani. Can define, how your career goes. Are you that dependable, or is it that the team cannot depend on you when you're in a spot of bother? A lot of character has to be shown now. Ahmed pretty steady. I think they will need to really look to maybe rotate the strike a bit more. Look to maybe drop and just get the ball away from the fielder slightly. So far, what Ahmed has done is really draw the batsman forward. As you rightly said, the pace is just good enough that it's not short. They have to come forward and really negate the spin that he's getting.
Yeah, he has really been spot on. Not giving much away, but really, putting doubt in the batsman's mind. and having to come forward and being very careful even in doing so. As we see, Carter was going forward there and just missed. But certainly, it's a good start. They have picked up 3 wickets. I think West Indies under 19 will really have to put their heads down and just keep pushing to take the singles here and there, because you don't want to be the wicket and uh, just prodding, but look for the singles. But
Yeah.
credit have to go to the England bowlers. They continue to bowl well. Now we've seen Lumsden, even the aggression, that ball going right through the bat of Tilakani. Beaten outside the off stump, maybe between bat and pad.
And this one just guided down to third man. Picking up the single. And more of this is what will be necessary. Just want to keep that strike rate up a bit. Not being too bogged down by the bowling. Rotate the strike, get off the mark. Get the Englishmen to be moving a bit more in the field. Again, Lumsden just bang on target. This is somewhat what we saw from Bell when he came on as that first change. He was really spot on, really brought some pressure, and eventually a few wickets fell rather quickly. And I think from there they really could not have recovered the English, and so they will be happy to be in this position. Single being brought up there by Dawn.
Yeah, they look really focused in terms of the what they are trying to do, and it speaks to the discipline to be consistent on line and length. It takes it's work you have to be doing consistently. So when you're in a match situation, you are able to produce.
Again, good movement from Lumsden on pitching and just beating the edge of the bat.
Yeah, he looks very workmanlike as he marches back to his bowling mark and very focused.
Another extra. No ball being served there by Lumsden. Certainly, Tilakani will be happy with that. He will want to maybe deposit this ball somewhere over the boundary just to get some momentum into his innings. It's a free hit being signaled by the umpire.
This is a third no ball of the innings. 13 extras, which is quite a bit.
Yeah, really couldn't make use of that free hit. So the over comes to an end at the end of over number 15. The West Indies under 19, they're 53 for 3 and looking to chase 243 for victory.
Yeah, well, I think still 190 runs required, still 211 deliveries. But really, I think the England under 19 is really seemingly looking to tighten things, not giving them free runs, keeping things rather tightly. They had to find a way in terms of sort of breaking that sort of tightness by looking to pick up the ones and the twos just to turn things around.
They really need to turn things around. They need to get a couple boundaries in. just to push back the pressure back onto the Englishmen. So far, they have done well in restricting the boundary hitting. Dangerous looking shot, looking to back away to try and pierce the gap. There's a sweeper out there, so really he would not have gotten much. So I think it's an ill-advised shot.
Yes, that not the best judgment there. Off spinner, the ball was not short enough.
Again, Abid just touching down on that line and length that is asking the batter to come at him.
Still maintaining one slip. We are in the 16th over.
Good tight stuff from Ahmed.
Don is 1 from 12. Just had to find a way to maybe probably get off strike, get a single.
Ahmed in his third over here. No boundaries have been scored off his bowling as yet. So it tells you that he has been keeping it really, really tight. The West Indies innings so far, we've only had 4 fours being hit.
That's overboard and time for a drink.
So there you had it, coming from umpire Brathwaite. Time for a drink. So they're going to be refreshed, the players. And just going to give you a brief preview of what took place so far and the innings of the West Indies under 19. Fontaine, he was the first to go. He was bowled comprehensively by Morgan, looking to bring out the big booming drive. Played all around one, and he was removed for 8. He faced some 18 deliveries. Then we have Tariq. He was the next to go. He was caught Lumsden bowl Ahmed for 18, and his 18 coming off 39 deliveries. Just when we were praising him for the ability to remain there for long, he gave it away. Then we had Carter. Carter went LBW to Ahmed for 10. Was looking good, Carter. And so the not out batters in Joshua Don and Kunal Tilokani, they will have a lot of work to do to repair the damage that has been caused. And we must again give kudos to Minto. Minto really came on and bowled aggressively. His 5 overs went for 19. A really good spell from him. Morgan also had a good 5 overs. His 5 overs went for 17. He picked up 1 wicket. And then the pick of the bowlers in Ahmed, he had 3 overs, 3 runs, and picking up 2 wickets. So really good, strong reply or response there from the English.
Yeah, I thought that the opening spell of the England on the 19 team was very good. We saw aggression. I think Mintu in his first over was kind of a little bit all over the place. Left-hander coming and trying to extract pace and so forth. But I think after that he would have settled down and bowl really well in terms of his line was good. He kept the aggression up and he was very tight. And really, they didn't give much away. I think both bowlers, while Minty was doing that, we had coming from the other end Morgan, who I thought was exceptional. He really was hitting the deck hard. He was rushing the batsman, and really it created some difficulty. So much so, I think that Fontaine just seeing ones which seemed to be slightly up, looking for the big drive, and it just went through him. went through the gate and hit his middle stump. So I thought that really the opening pair did very, very well. And then we had the first change. And when we saw Lumsit came on, and he too was very tight. The aggression was there, and he was keeping it very tight. So it made it difficult for the batters. And then as we see the spin came on, and Ahmed made his a few overs that was bowled, and he looked really, really good and pick up the important wicket of Carter, who looked the part.
Well, the break is over. Getting back to the action. We're gonna have a change in the bowling from the Darbo end. It's Ralphie Albert taking up the attack. Don looking to push this one through the cover region, beating the diving effort of the fielder there at short cover. So he picks up one. We want to make sure that he gets good strong innings here. A lot will rest on his shoulders, Don. Again, well played by Tilokani. This is what is needed. Just look to rotate the strike, get the ones, the twos. This one, he attempts to cut, peels off the outside edge. It's running close to the boundary. Will be picked up. They will come for two. Two more to the total. Certainly they will want to from here on in begin to rotate and maybe pick up a couple boundaries. Peel comes in, but not out, says the umpire. Again, the English spinners, starting well. Albert just a bit shorter, a bit more room. Don just cutting that one there. Picking up another single. Score moves on to 58 for 3. Another over completed.
Yeah, and the first over by Albert, first over was spin. Well, I think they looked fairly comfortable in that over. There was a few shortish deliveries or hit down the backward point. One came off the edge and going to where slip going to be. But I think both players look a bit more comfortable facing that first over from Albert, and we're able to push it around. 6 runs coming from that over, and this is what you need to do, just to push it around, just to put some doubt in minds of the bowlers.
And this one is just turned down to fine leg by Don. So I'm just straying a little bit in line. So far he has been really steady. Everything has been in onto that middle and off stump.
And he's into his fourth over and has picked up 2 for 5.
This one a bit shorter. Don on the back foot and just playing it to the left of the fielder there. Have to run around and collect. So you see a bit more urgency coming from the batters now. They're looking to push it through the gap and just get the scoreboard ticking.
Yeah, one would think coming off that water break, there would have been advised maybe from the coaches, management, seek a different approach. We see in the singles coming much easier.
So far, they've done well in this over to make sure that they rotate the strike. It's quite important. Again, another effort to make sure that you get the ball in the gap, and well done there to Don. So whatever the message was at the drinks break, you can see the effort and the energy going towards, the rotation, and so that says good for them. They've assessed the period, and maybe this is the period where they need to really get some momentum into the innings. And they're just slowing up that one a bit, getting some bonks. It's a good battle on here. The English lads, they're determined to make sure that the West Indies does not score that 243 needed. And so far, they've started well. At the end of another Ahmed over, the score moves on to 64 for 3, requiring the West Indies some 179 to win.
Yeah, and as you said, coming out after the drink breaks, I think they both look a lot more comfortable and pushing it around. Yes, we had some singles, six singles in this over once again. So it's just about focus and concentration. Certainly, nothing difficult, no drama, but doing the basics right. We've seen again first delivery from the 19th over, you pick up your single. I think they will just need to continue there.
Yeah, certainly they need to continue as long as they keep this approach where you get the singles, at least you look at 6 singles, it means that you're scoring at 6 and over, and that is more than what is required to bring victory home. So as long as the gaps are there, you want to exploit it. There's no need for no rash shot, just easy batting. And this one is cut square, and they go for one again. They come for the second, and so this is really good batting from them. I think you must give kudos to them in terms of absorbing the pressure after these 3 quick early wickets, and now you can see them looking to be a bit more expansive and expansive without risk. So Don will want to be as circumspect as possible. He moves on to 11 from 25 deliveries. We'll need to play a captain's knock here. Again, this one shot, and again, really well maneuvered. It's going to run close to the boundary. It gets there now. And so 4 good-looking runs to Joshua Don. Really a delivery that he just surgically placed to the backward point and picking up 4 good-looking runs. So he's on the charge. The water break seemed to have energized him somehow. And so the West Indies move on to 66 for 3 and in their pursuit of 243.
Yeah, they got to make sure that the runs keep turning over. It's important for them to keep scoring.
Again, another delivery. So 2 boundaries back to back by Joshua Don. This one, full delivery on the leg side, and he made no mistakes. He got it to the boundary line. So 4 more to him, and really good momentum for the West Indian innings.
It's going to be important for him. A lot would rest squarely on his shoulder. Joshua Dawn. He's gone to 21 of 28 deliveries. No, that's not bad. His eyes are in now. Good opportunity for him just to increase this scoring rate. Doesn't have to do anything rash. And Tilokani will have to remain there with him. He's 5 from 12, but that's all right. a wicket should not fall shortly. That's important.
Yeah, that's the key here to keep this pair batting as long as possible as Ahmed comes back into the attack. Has bowled well, but this pair, a lot will hinge on how they absorb the pressure from Ahmed and how they keep the scoreboard ticking. Nicely played.
Yeah, he got inward movement. He got turned off the pitch. But what he needed to do was just to throw that ball up a little more. If you're getting turned, but you're dropping it short, the batsman has sufficient time to go onto the back foot and turn it up on the onside or cut, as the case may be, against the tide.
77 for 3. Again, more of this is what you're speaking about, getting that turn and having the batter looking to reach for it.
I'd like us to take a look at Ahmed. His preparation for moving in. Look at that. He spreads his leg, bends the knee, and then does a little skip and a hop. I've not seen it before.
Well, he does. His approach does remind me of Kenneth Denver. It's just that the first initial movement is Denver doesn't have that certain,
Yeah,
but that hop,
he has
skip,
this
and
hop
move
and
in.
skip. Yes, yeah, you're right.
Yeah, it reminds me of Denver.
There he opens up the leg and then a slight crouch and moves in.
Nicely played there by Don. They're looking for 2. They get it quite comfortably in the end.
For Don, who played a very important innings of 95, I think it was, against Sri Lanka. Didn't go on to get 100, but a very, very important, invaluable innings it was.
Yeah, it was quite an innings. He steadied the innings, and he accomplished that 95 of 89 deliveries. Again, looking to rotate the strike. Really good batting there from him.
Yeah, they're doing the right thing. When the boundary balls are there, then you should capitalize on those boundary balls. But when there are the deliveries that are worthy of singles and twos, rotate the strike accordingly. That's important. And I hope that these young players can get this right, because our senior players in the Caribbean have not been getting it right at all. The dot ball percentage in 2020 cricket and also in one day internationals, they're really above normal. So these young players must be told and helped as to what rotating the strike is. And that phrase should be in the fore part of their frontal lobe all the time while they're batting. Turn the strike over. Let's rotate. Let get singles and turn singles into twos. Those are some of the basic things that our young cricketers need to be taught.
Yeah, I quite agree with you there. It seemed to be lacking as they move up to the higher level. I don't know if it's a matter of overconfidence where you think you could always strike the boundary and make up, but the really good players around the world will tell you that rotating the strike, getting off the strike is very important to them.
Yeah, it's a culture. As that ball is struck down to mid wicket, it's a culture that our senior players have developed over the years. And this morning I said it jokingly, but I wonder whether there might be some veracity in it, where some of our players are trying to outdo one another and probably go back to the dressing room and say, well, my own was 110 yards. Yeah, mine was 110 yards. Yours was 114. I hit 2. You hit 1. Those sort of things, The late Kenny Hobson, one of the former Winod Island players, did say 6 singles in the over equates to a big 6 in an over. So And so much more damage is done when a bowler sees that there's a single off his bowling every ball that he bowls. He doesn't like that. I thought they would go through for the single and a misfield.
A really good movement there by the fielder to make sure that he plays that doubt in the minds of the batters.
This is such an important partnership. You lose another one, and then you can say securely that England are on top. They've hustled for one, won't come back for the second. So they have to think, young West Indies, the thought pattern has got to be, let's go to another milestone. Let's get to the three-figure mark. We'll get to 100. Ensure that we've lost no wickets during that process. And from there, you can begin to assess, look, we've got another how many balls and the rate at which we need to get it. 160 runs needed of 174. That equation is still good now. But if balls continue to pile up, then the equation gets much, much tougher. The required run rate, 5.52, thereabout. So there is work to be done, but it's no reason to panic at this time. Keeping a cool head and be very calculated, that's what's most important.
So we have a change of bowling. The over will be bowled by Ahmed. Again, in just asking Don to come forward. Ahmed has bowled as he's into his 6th over, 2 for 12. Good economy. He will be happy with his day's work.
Yeah, it doesn't matter what version that is, 2 for 12 is fine.
And Don looking to just to take the scoreboard over. He's on 26 from 39, a partnership of 34 between himself and Tilakani. And as you said, they want to remain out there as long as possible.
Yeah, it's important for them to assess the situation very much. Don't depend on those who are coming after you. You don't know what would happen. The future lies unseen ahead, it holds you know not what. So it's important that you play your role out in the middle and play it to the best. Maximize it. So when you shall have left, the others cannot fault you for not trying and not playing your role. If you're picked to bat, you're a batsman, you go out there and score. And one doesn't expect you to score a half century every time you play. Not even the great Sir Don Bradman did that. But you should perform with what they've picked you to perform.
Quite agree with you there. Each person has a role in the team, and so you want to make sure that you play your role and play it as best as you can. Again, the character of persons can be built when you look at how they respond to situations as they come in this game.
Yes.
It's coming off the edge there. Good tight over from Ahmed, a maiden over. So a good strong over by Ahmed, putting pressure back on to the West Indies batters. They were scoring a bit freely, and he has just come and just tighten it up.
And we can't say less about how important this or tournaments like these are for young developing players as they prepare themselves to get to a higher level, to the senior level, because the importance of discipline and stick-to-itiveness and fighting and being dogged, all of those are principal characteristics that if really enhanced and embraced, they can catapult you very far indeed.
And I quite often wonder. You look at the history of the under 19s, and the West Indies has done well traditionally at that level, but somehow the transition between the under 19s and the senior, there seemed to be a blur somewhere. One would remember the fact that the West Indies would have been at the under 19 tournament World Cup finals quite a number of times. You've seen quite a few players move from that level, but yet still, when they get there, you see a different work ethic as they get to the higher level.
Yeah, that's right. And I'm a very strong believer, Clyde, in having a good work ethic. And as far as I'm concerned, a lot depends on your work ethic in regards to how far you would elevate yourself, how far you would go, how far you would grow. Nicely flighted delivery, just push square up the wicket on the offside. I believe in hard work in whatever sphere that you are in. Give that thing the best shot you can.
So far, Nelson giving it some good hard work there. He's into his second over. And so far, some 4 runs coming off his over. The West Indian batters seem to be able to score a bit more freely of the other spinners than that of Ahmed. As this one peels off the edge, they go for one. They're thinking of the second. Run through a little bit closer to the stump may have had a different result, but they get away with it, and so they pick up two.
Lukani had to really hustle to get there and got there in the end.
So the end of the over number 23. The West Indies, in response to 242 all out by the Englishmen, they are 89 for 3 and requiring another 154 runs. Very gettable total.
Yeah, it's not bad. The issue is, though, that I always say in this version of the game, when you get to 100, you want to get to 100 in about 20 overs. 20 overs, 21 overs. They're 23 overs gone, they're 89. Oh, that's a lovely shot. They should get two here. Coming back, but no, they decide against it. I thought they would get 2 runs there.
So changing the bowling from the river end. Ralphie Albert is in, replacing Ahmed. Again, batters just looking to take the scoreboard over. Albert will want to keep things as tight as Ahmed did, or maybe even tighter. And bringing out the sweep shot. Couldn't get it past the fielder there.
I don't think it was done with the kind of conviction that you want to see. I feel sweeping, except you just want to paddle it. But outside of that, if you're sweeping, you've got to really put energy into it. They're coming back for the second and they get it.
Yeah, good hustling there. There was a bit of indecision, but in the end, I think Tilakani backed himself. He knew he could have made it to the end. So he picks up two more. His total goes to 13.
Yeah, it's a beautiful shot, Clyde. to play it. It calls for some dexterity, some skill. But it's lovely on the eyes.
Oh, Ralph!
It certainly is a really good shot to play. I mean, I enjoy the slug sweep even better. There's that level of skill where you want to make sure that you get as close to that ball as possible and be able to lift it all the way.
Yes, it calls for a great deal of skill too. But it's so nice when it's onto the leg stump and you cover it very nicely. You get the wrist over it rather than having it airborne and sweeping it maybe down to backward square or to long leg. Yeah, it's rather adorable, and it calls for a certain amount of skill to do that too.
And what we've seen again is that there's so many variations where you can actually just rest the bat, angle it, and get it fine, or you can roll the wrist as you said and maybe get it to backward square. And so many variations in terms of playing the sweep shot that batters now, it tends to bring that 360 element to your game.
Yeah, these two would want to just consolidate, push this total beyond the 100 mark. They've looked good so far, although quite a large percentage of the balls have been going straight to fielders. Now learning to play for angles, and sometimes they call for playing the ball just a little later, just a wee bit later, which would help you to get angles. And sometimes when you play it too early, you hit it so well it goes to the fielder. Just a little delay may bring about a different result.
Calls for a lot of awareness, trust in your ability. Again, it also calls for you to get into the right position because you do not want to play a shot and be falling in the opposite direction to the ball. So you need that element of balance and so on. So it's really some skillful and really meticulous movements that are needed. Nelson in his third over. None for 10. He's kept a really tight line on the stump. This one is outside the off stump. They will only pick up one.
So the field placement has been good. And I say so from the immediate context that so many of the balls have been going directly to the fielders, which means that the skipper is doing something well.
Again, a delivery like this, you expect them to make better use of this, and instead it will sit straight to the fielder. And this is where we're talking about maybe playing a little later, maybe opening the face of the bat a little, let it, just glide off the face of the bat. And so all these things have to go into your batting innings.
Yes, it's important, of course, to play straight. And playing straight does not necessarily mean all the time that it's straight down the ground. But it has a lot of reference to getting to the pitch of that ball and playing the ball on its merit, so to speak. That's important.
Lovely, Ralph. Lovely, Ralph.
You're not losing your shape, and let your forearm do the leading. But you've got the right to open the face of that bat or close it, as the case may be.
Lovely, Ralph.
To rotate the strike. It's so very important to do that.
I think this is what they've done well. The English, they really kept the ball stump to stump, asking the batters to, make their movement across the ball. So far, these two have done well in terms of, as we say, play the ball on merit, play it straight, not really go cross bat.
Yeah.
And so the pressure that is being built here now, they may just be looking for that loose ball or that ball that is on the stump, but in their mind they may need to play across, and you can have them trapped LBW. So good thinking, good simple cricket being played by England, but it's very pressurizing.
Go Wiz, go Wiz!
This one is off the edge. Pick up one. Partnership moving to 47. Hard work 47.
Yeah, an invaluable partnership too. It was really required at the time when they came on. The last wicket fell at 49. So they needed
Lovely, Levy!
the establishment of a good partnership to restore some sanity to the West Indies under 19 team. So they've done pretty well so far. But at this point, what I think Clyde is needed is to accelerate a little bit here. Now, you don't have to be risky. You don't have to be risky, but just accelerate a little bit. The required run rate now is 6.13. You don't want it to get up to 7.5. That will be too dangerous. So at this point, make sure maybe you get a boundary in every over. Put the pressure back onto the batsman, onto the bowler now, because you're in. Both batsmen are pretty well set. Tilokani has faced 30 deliveries for his 15, and Joshua Dawn has faced 53 for his 32. So at this point, you've seen the ball well.
Yeah, I quite agree with you. Needs to be a bit more impetus being put into the innings. Get the boundary. Force the bowlers to wonder what you will do next.
Yeah, you certainly wouldn't get it done with singles. It won't happen. But it must be interspersed with some boundaries.
Pressure telling there. So for the first, we have the 144 needed from 140 balls. So more runs than balls available. That's the scenario that we're into now. So there's just that bit of pressure being applied. This one comes off the edge. They go for one. Let's see. Will they get a second? Yes, they will. Pretty comfortable too. So two more to Telokani. He moves on to 16. More importantly, the partnership has reached 50. So they have a good platform, a good foundation. As we said, they've been there a while. So now you need them to accelerate. And accelerate without taking any undue risk.
Yeah, you're right. But of course, for the next 13 overs, thereabout, you must begin to think about scoring at around 6 runs per over. That's important.
Yeah.
And if you go less than that, it means that your last 10, you'll be having to score at about 7 runs per over. And it might be a bit challenging to do that.
It will be certainly challenging. And you want to make sure that you pace that innings enough so that you don't have to do too much at the back end. And we saw last night wickets in hand, but again, you bat out 50 overs, you have wickets in hand, but you lose by 7 runs. So it means that at some point in time, there wasn't enough urgency to make sure that you get, ahead of what the rate that you need to go at.
And we saw that in West Indies innings last night. And
Go on then, Ralph.
I understand, of course, the dynamics of the game. But quite frankly, when a team loses by 7 runs with some 4 wickets still standing,
Follow here, lads.
just wonder whether there could not have been a greater initiative, so to speak, a better plan of execution to bring that victory home, especially you lose by 7 runs.
Yeah,
Good,
there's
Ralph.
often so many questions. But
Yes, here then, Ralph.
again, we say it's a game of glorious uncertainties. And one just have to always remember that when you plan, it may just go south or it may go north.
Lovely boys. Yes, laddie. Follow
And
you
that's
there.
where
So good here, Ralph. So good out
we're
here, lads.
told that plan Bs and
Big shot
plan
here now.
Cs come into the fray. It's being versatile. It's
Yes, lovely
thinking
box.
ahead. It's
Lovely box.
also about trying to outfox and outthink your opponent.
Yes then, Ralph. Yes, Ralph.
It's quite. I think this is why you often hear persons acquaint the game of chess to that of cricket,
Laddie, follow you again, boy.
where you have to make
So
sure
good here,
that your
Ralph.
moves are, meticulous
lads.
enough that you can outsmart your opponent, that you can, really blindside them. So many things have to go into that innings.
Maybe it would have been a better
Catch him.
cricketer if I
Run him out,
knew a
lads.
bit
Run
of
him out.
chess. Ball airborne, diving attempt there
That's it, boy.
by the bowler and this follow through.
You ready again now, lads?
So the over comes to an end. Albert, none for 24 of 5. From the context, a little bit expensive. And after 28 overs, West Indies on the 19, 103 for 3.
Yeah, they require another 140 runs from 132 balls, and definitely it means that the run rate is now up to 6. So they will have to devise a really good strategy to get this total and get it within the allotted balls.
Yes. Over 6.5 runs now needed to get to that important target.
You can see Don just looking to open up a bit. I think he has the equation in mind. He's looking to be a bit more expansive. Earlier, he would have gotten behind that one a bit more solidly.
Lovely, lovely. Dexterissimo. Boys. Frenchy.
Going well so far this pair. Just need them to keep their heads. Again, one would hope that maybe they can bring it as deep as possible, as this one is hit straight to the man there at mid-on rather. He had to move a few paces, but he always had it in control. And so Tilokani goes, pressure really telling on him there.
Yeah, maybe it was a matter of time and somebody had to give. And realizing, of course, that the required run rate is almost 6.5, I think the frame of mind may well have told him, look, we've got to push this thing on. And that's what happens when there is pressure on. It can either make you do something silly or can bring the best out of you, and you could use the adrenaline to your favor. Didn't happen in this case, as the West Indies, they've lost another wicket. It's 105 for 4.
Yeah, the pressure really telling there and looking to release the pressure, but not making the sort of connection to Lokani that he needed. Really, anything up over that fielder's head would have yielded a boundary and a much needed one, but unfortunately, there was a power failure and he ended up placing it into the hands of the fielder. So, Van Lang has replaced Lokani. Van Lang, powerful shoulders, may just need these powerful shoulders to strike a couple lusty blows to help to bring that sense of challenge to the English.
So Jack Nelson has picked up his first wicket. 1 for 18, a 4.4. So at least there is a wicket in his column.
And he will feel satisfied. He's into his fifth over, only 18 runs coming from his bowling. What we've noticed again as the leg spinner, he's always just about the middle and leg and asking the batters to play around that one. Again, just honing in on that middle and leg.
Yes. I think one of the features you've got to applaud the English on the 23 for is the fact that throughout the duration of the West Indies innings, they have been really cheering on one another, cheering the bowlers on, and they've looked rather animated, and they've been pretty chirpy too. That helps the team spirit, to egg one on and egg on your bowlers, and they've done a pretty good job. They have not lulled, their quest to be encouraging.
So it's Albert continuing from the river end.
None for 24, 5 into his sixth.
He will want to put something in his column.
Oh, lovely Ralph, lovely air boys.
So far has been the least economical of all the bowlers that has bowled so far. Some shot and Don on the back foot, just playing it out to the sweeper there. So he moves on to 36. 36 coming off 61 deliveries. So has spent a bit of time at the crease. Good for him to get to his 50 and maybe kick on. Van Lang, you can hear the power coming from his bat as he played that one.
He's a strong lad, isn't he? He's well built. Got massive shoulders.
Go, Robert.
Should be able to hit that ball rather hard.
Should be able to. I think this is what is going to be necessary at some point in time in his innings.
So good here, Ralphie.
Another score, another single is added to the total. It's 108 for 4.
Oh, Ralph.
So the end of a good over there, bowled by Ralphie Albert. Bowled 6 overs, not for 27. He has not yet put a wicket in that column. But bowling at just about 4.5 runs per over is very, very good. Pretty good.
Yeah, really good. Only 3 runs coming off his over. So it tells you that he has kept things really tight. Now you will expect from here on in that These bowlers will want to just complete their bowling spells, complete it for as little as possible. The single's been taken there by Joshua Don. Brings the strapped Van Lang to the crease. See what his approach will be. Shaping up to be ready to explode on anything offline. So just from his movements, I think he's sending a message to the Englishman that, look, anything offline, I'm going to go and go hard. Don, skipper here, and will need to remain out there. Caresses that one through the cover.
Ian played it well. He had to reach for it, almost stretch, so to speak, to get close to the pitch of the ball. Had he not done that, then it could have been airborne, but he got as close as possible to it.
It's one of the shots that I love to see. Love to see that square cut or drive. In this instance, he got there and drove it. Getting everything close enough to that ball. This one in the gap by Van Lang.
There's a call for 2. And they get it quite comfortably. So the over has come to an end. Bowled by Jack Nelson. He has picked up 1 for 23 of 6. 113 for 4. 31 overs gone.
So another 19 overs remaining. It's 130 from 114 deliveries. The runs and ball gap just seem to be widening somewhat. So definitely a couple boundaries would be needed. So far in the innings, there has been no sixes by the West Indies camp, and that's something that is not characteristic.
It's uncharacteristic. Imagine in the previous matches played and there isn't a 6 scored by a West Indian player.
Don just moving down the wickets, pushing the single to long on. Takes over his score, he moves on to 40. Score moves on to 114. So Ahmed is back into the attack. This one hit pretty powerfully by Van Lang. Fielder couldn't gather cleanly. There was some element of power there. Ahmed picking up 2 wickets so far. He will be eyeing a third. And this one is hit over the top, over the infield, and Don will pick up a single.
Come on in now, lads. Here we go. Right up here. Let's whiz.
I think the English suspect something is coming. Can hear them just cheering on the boys, making sure everybody's alert. Van Lang has powerful shoulders. Know that he will be looking to use them.
Lovely whiz.
Yeah, this is when, at this point, I think that Dawn and Van Lang, they've got to push on. They've got to accelerate now. It's creeping up to 7 runs per over. And when you come right to the back end of the innings, it's going to be a very difficult proposition. So this is where you may have to take a little bit of risk. Now, I'm not talking about, you know, where there's no caution involved. Yes, there must be caution involved, and they've got to be selective. It's just like if you're playing 2020 cricket and you're afraid to be dismissed, then you cannot be a good 2020 player. You've got to make up your mind that it's quite possible that you will get out in this risk that you're taking. That's what it's all about. I thought when Shea Hope, for example, earlier part of his T20 career, it was one of the phobia he had, getting out. So he was a much more cautious player. You look at him play now with the freedom. Yes, he has developed over the years, but he has developed into such a fine player now, and he doesn't seem to be bogged down or too concerned about, well, I might get out in my first couple of deliveries. If it happens, well, it happens. But gosh, if you're playing 2020, you've got to be purposeful, and you've got to be aggressive, aren't you?
Yeah,
Or should
certainly.
you?
It does call for that bit of aggression. And it calls for, a bit of risk taking. Sometimes you go for the shot and you realize that many of the batters, they don't get it in the middle, but it has the legs to get over. So you definitely have to approach it as we look at the change in bowling. Looms then returning. It's bowled only 3 overs so far. It's gone for a measly 11 runs. So he's called upon to keep it tight.
Yeah, and he'll be coming back confident, right? 3 over for 11. That's on the 4 runs per over. So he's confident. Now you got to break that confidence that he has. A couple of boundaries in the over. You look and see a couple of the English batsmen, yes, brought about the demise, the use of the feet, a couple of stumpings. While that might be the case, there were sometimes that they got the boundaries because they did something a little different, moved down the track.
Yeah, we even saw the reverse sweep coming in a
Yes.
lot. This one is pulled to backward square and just moving around, picking up a single. Really, you may have hoped that you could have gotten that delivery. There wasn't really that sort of intent to put it away. More or less, he just swiveled on it and used the piece to pick up the single. It's a good looking shot there by Van Lang. He does pack some power. A really good shot there. He stood onto the back foot, really got up over this one, and beautifully played through that forward square region. It really raced across the turf.
Yeah, 3 players went after it. It just tells you how well it was timed. Got it nicely, played it a little on the later side, allowed the ball to come to him, and he smacked that behind point for 4. That was a gorgeous shot. It was really lovely. Well played.
Yeah. Good boundary there after a long period. 123 for 4.
120 needed in 103 balls. That's the equation. If you're a West Indian fan or player, you won't be necessarily happy with that.
Batting team at this position with these sort of bats that we have, you still will count that a victory. These bats that we have these days tend to send the ball a very long way.
That's true.
So you're the batting team, you will consider that a victory still. Once you can get at least 12 from 2 balls, you You will always, have that purview that the game could be won once it's mathematically possible.
Right.
Yes, then, Wiz. Yes, Wiz.
But this is turning out to be a very interesting game. The current run rate is 3.73. They want to get that up to 4.5.
I just put on that wicket end, actually.
And of course, they've got the scoreboard to the right. So it's well updated. They can just look across to the east and see what it's saying.
Reverse sweep being brought out there by Don. And so you can see that he's thinking about his innings. It took it a while to get the reverse sweep going, but he has brought it out.
Yeah, got it.
Yes, Wiz.
So it's just reminding the Englishman that he does have a few things up his sleeve.
Yeah, this is where batsmen batting together need to be conversing at the end of the over, for example.
Great pace, Wiz. Great pace, boy.
You meet mid-pitch and just begin to talk a little bit about strategy. What's our next move here? Who's gonna go? Shall I go after? Shall I go up now? Or will both of us go hard now? Shall we target this bowler that is coming next up? All of those things you need to discuss them in the middle. So there's got to be this constant communication there between teammates, assessing and determining what their move will be.
Good, Wiz. Good, Wiz.
And that one just stroked down to long off.
That's not fine.
And they pick up the easy single.
Yes, here, Wiz.
But as we
Yes,
said,
here,
the
boys.
singles on offer,
Make sure
you
you're
need a
nice.
bit
Come
more
on,
than the singles.
Yeah, and you see, there's the old-fashioned proverbial saying, "He who aims at nothing will always hit it." So you've got to aim at something. What's your aim at this point? It's got 98 deliveries to get there.
Pace.
How shall we go about
This
doing
one.
that?
Good here, Wiz. Straight up here now, lads. Here we go.
You look at the body language of the batters, you can see they're hoping to set up something. But the Englishmen, they have not relented. They've been constant in their pressure, really honing in on a certain line and length outside that stump. Piecing the ball really nicely, asking the batters to come at them. So the West Indies batters will want to make their minds up whether they are going to go after this or not.
Yeah, you're right. And they've got to be careful not to be too late with it. 125 for 4, 34 gone, 16 overs remaining. So you've got 96 legitimate deliveries to get those runs. This is where the batsmen have to be decisive, and they've got to be not careless or carefree, but you've got to be calculated and purposeful, and you've got to say to yourself, look, we're going to begin to go after this bowling.
Yeah, there needs to be some purpose in their innings.
They're going to go through for a very quick single. They've got to hurry. The return comes in from the non-striker's end and got it. And I think that was because the call was rather early. Saw the opportunity.
Yeah, good quick single. There's that element of urgency, so I think they realize that they need to be urgent. They can't have too much dot balls.
Lumsden once more.
No.
No ball signaled by the umpire. Guilty of overstepping. They get a single. And they'll have also the luxury of a free hit. Now you want to take this and make this, turn this into a boundary. It's a free hit. This should never be a dot ball, no matter what happens.
Should never be, and I think even that last delivery, there just seemed to be that lack of intent to really put the ball towards the boundary. The batters just seem to be content in turning it and just getting inside the line using the pace. There's no real suggestion that they're going to be aggressive and look to go all the way. At this stage, you need to have it. Again, as we say, you don't want to wait too late.
You're right. He's got to be aiming for the hills now. The Darbo Hills. Or aim towards the sea. Well, whatever direction. I'm referring to be over the boundary line. Let it cross in this one. Wide signal out by the umpire. So that must be rebowled. So there's an extra ball there, and the free hit is still in play. Lumsden moves in. Maybe the Yorker. Hit down to mid-on, not the kind of result that he wanted.
Yeah, really wasn't in a position to get underneath it. You can see him just hoping that it will be short. So he was on the back foot. But Looms then deciding to pitch it up and doing well.
Yeah, I could have shifted about in the crease, just to let that bowler think a little bit more when he sees him moving, in the crease. What is he trying to do? And once there is some measure of doubt in the mind of the bowler, then there is the chances of him making a mistake. It's a psychological game, you see.
Yes. This one is struck really well. It will not get to the boundary, but they will pick up two easy runs.
Yeah, played nicely. Just eased onto the back foot and tucked it around through forward square and got two.
Partnership of 27 building. Is the need to be a little bit faster in terms of that partnership. Dooms then just straying a bit from what we've seen from him today. He's really trying to mix up his deliveries. Slower ball down the leg side. Wide call. But you can see that he's always thinking about the next delivery.
Yeah, you always got to put much thought to whatever you're doing. Yeah, the bowlers they've done well. They've handled the conditions very well. They've not allowed the West Indian batsmen to gallop to really speed away from them. They've kept them relatively quiet.
Really have kept good rein on things. Dictated a lot of what happened out there. Again, you look at that shot and really needed a bit more purpose in that.
So the players would now have an opportunity to refresh themselves, fielders and the batters, and have the ability now to make a bit of assessment. These on the 19 need they're 133 for 4 of 35, 15 overs remaining, and as to whether they'll get there, well, we'll have to wait and see. And welcome back here with the West Indies on the 19, 133 for 4, 35 overs. Rafael, this has been a very good spirited performance by the English on the 19, and they've kept the West Indies on the 19 at bay. But these last 15 overs, they're going to be very telling and very important for both teams.
Yes, certainly we are at a very important stage of the game. I think that 15 overs to go, and West Indies need to get up to 243. And based on the rate that it has been going, it means that they have to step it up if they're going to get to that score. But credit has to go to the English under 19 team, because I think that they bowled pretty well. Particularly the opening boss, I think they did very well and really put back some pressure on the West Indies team. Uh, it's not over until it's over. I think this pair that is in the wicket has continued to push the ball around, and I do believe that it can go anywhere from here.
Yeah, but they've got to understand the pair in there now that cannot be just singles and twos. There must be some boundaries struck.
And I think that's the difference between both teams, as we found that there was a number of sixes hit by the English under 19 team, and we have yet to. Not sure if we have seen any in this West Indies inning, but they are different in terms of the boundaries that have been hit.
Here's Albert. Swept. Just will wait to see what the umpire would signal, whether it came off the pad. Wide, in fact, signal. So there was no bat or pad involved, but it was too far down the leg side.
So they will welcome at another extra.
But they would need more than that. They'll get a single. The umpire would signal leg by. A couple of leg bys after the break. Albert. None for 29. He's into his 7th. All the bowlers have bowled rather well indeed. So they're doing it in singles.
But we certainly seen it. The players are now looking a little bit more positive, more purposeful. I think they do understand the situation and then really need to increase the scoring rate. They're looking to pick up all the singles, make one into twos, which is necessary at this stage.
Yeah, Don is 46, so he's got a landmark to play for. Makes room outside the leg stump and carts that away lovely. And that's gone all the way for 4. You saw his intention. Just backed away a bit, gave himself room and played inside out. That was a lovely shot there, almost Carl Hooper-like.
Yeah,
Yeah. Oh, and didn't lose his shape at all. Beautiful shot.
Yeah, very good shot and really a welcome boundary. Scoring rate just about 3.95 now. We need up to 7.1 to over 7. But this has been a good over for the West Indies under 19.
Yeah, I think you would remember that shot, Don. And how he jumped outside the leg stump and then hit it inside out. Didn't have a chance to pull it back. So you want to have innovative shots like that, Refill.
Yeah, and at this stage you have to more or less sometimes improvise. And he has been out there a long time. He just got his 50 from 81 deliveries, and he would have seen basically what the English bowlers have to offer. And I thought that he really got into nice position and played it nicely over extra cover.
101 needed, 84 deliveries to get there. Beaten outside the R stump. Maybe playing for a little bit of turn. That never came. Must have played down the wrong line too. 101 needed of 83.
Well, he certainly got some turn there and bounced. And Don was coming forward there, and that really left him.
Jack Nelson. Just turned it behind square. I like the name Jack Nelson. There's some names that just have a lovely ring to them, and that's one of the names that appealed to me. Jack Nelson. I love it really.
Speak to some danger.
Driven back to the bowler, who gleefully picks up.
But in his seventh over, only gone for 23, which is really good for a leg spinner. Yeah. They will have to find a way to score.
Well, they haven't scored any of the overs so far. 4 dot balls. Ill afforded. Out on the leg side, they go to a single. They've got to hurry. The return comes into the non-striker's end. Leg by signal by the umpire. Umpire took it, standing on one leg. Thought he did so rather skillfully too. Didn't look unbalanced.
I would think that's part of the training.
Yeah, after you do that for so many years, it becomes like ABC. Stand on one leg. Takes the outer edge of the bat. Peels down to third man. They're going to come back for the second. The return comes into the keeper. And might have just dislodged the bails too. Good return from the context of accuracy. But the batsmen were home.
So, not a bad over for England on the 19. Still 98 needed from 78 deliveries. Need run rate just about 7.54. So, quite a bit. to be done as the sun comes back really brightly here at the National Stadium. A nice picture.
Yeah, it's absolutely gorgeous. Ethereal. This is. We did have a sharp shower. I don't know if you were still deeply asleep, where it fell around 3:15 this morning.
No, that probably would have missed me, and it probably could have fell by you and not and not where he lives.
Swept down to deep square leg, and the batsman crossed for a single.
Yeah, you would probably get more rain than I would.
Yes,
do
we do
at,
get
at
more
the
rain.
Guanans area.
That's correct. At your area, you get the least rainfall where you live geographically. Pushed up to long on and gets a single.
Yeah, the England team won't be too bothered with singles, but really they want to try to make sure that they avoid the boundaries.
96 needed of 75. So they're getting singles, yes. So the rotation is there. But we can't help saying how important it is for boundaries to be found. But take nothing away from the Englishmen. They've bowled very well. They've not been given up boundaries loosely. And this period, they've had to work very hard for whatever runs they've gotten so far.
Yeah, I think West Indies would probably need maybe a couple big overs, and with the singles, really, they should be in good stead. The boundaries are far between.
Yeah, they've got to do something innovative and be willing and ready to do something different. Yeah, it's all nice to be getting to the pitch of the ball and hitting it up to long off or long on or out to extra cover and picking up singles. But you might just want to do a little bit of innovation. Reverse sweep, dance down the track. Something that is not too risky, but certainly legitimate and that might be able to yield runs. That's what you want now. 93 needed of 72. 150 for 4. Over number 39 in progress. They should go for 2 here. No, they decided against it.
Yeah, they really should look to get 2
Yes.
there. The field had long up. They had to move to the left, and really it was not good running there. But they pick up a single.
Yes, should have been running the first run quickly and put pressure on the second run with the player, the fielder. The other argument is if you've got wickets intact, then when it comes right down to the depth, you can take many more chances.
Yeah, you have options. This is good there. Really looking to run every delivery.
Yeah, maybe in the mind of these two players, look, we're going to bring it deep, and then when it comes to the last 4 overs, so to speak, last 5, we're going to press our feet on the accelerator, knowing that their wicket's intact. So that's another tactic that could be well on.
So we just see a change of bat there. And obviously could be a message coming out in that change of bat. Van Loan. He's on 20 from 26 deliveries. Dawn 56 from 92 deliveries.
And that's a little uncharacteristic of Dawn, who tends to be a bigger strike of the ball. But I think he really wants to play a captain's knot when he really wants to play it safe. He has to know how important it is to evaluate the stage of the game. That's a lovely shot. Hit straight back past the bowler. And that's gone for 4. Fine shot. And what I liked about that, Rafael, was the placement. There is a long off and a long on, and he was able to split both of them and went down to the boundary for 4.
Yeah, hit it straight. There's no danger there. The long one being wide, the long off wide, and picked up a boundary.
Makes room. Hits it out to extra cover. There was a call for 2. They're coming back for the second. The return goes to the keeper's end. Had more distance to cover with that throw. And meanwhile, the batsman was scampering home and got there quite comfortably. So a bit of aggression showed in the last couple of deliveries. And yielded a boundary and also yielded 2.
Yeah, just seems as though they're changing the tempo a bit in terms of being a lot more aggressive.
And they have, after being in that 3 runs per over for quite a long time, finally they've come up to 4.08. Now that has to be changed, and over the next 2 overs, they got to bring that up to 6 or so runs per over.
Very interesting stage of the game.
Dawn is 56 of 92. Van Lang 26 of 29. Makes room outside the Arsenal, looking to cut that down to backward point, but can't pierce that inner field. Farhan Ahmed, 2 for 18 of 8. Strange commencement of his approach down the track. Use his feet well. Gets it past the extra cover fielder. And they will come back for the second run. They do so comfortably. There are thoughts about the third. Decides against it. Negated the minor thought about it. They get 2.
Yeah, and, good shot, good movement as he uses his feet and stroked it, past that extra cover fielder there. And the fielder made up having to run right back just to stop it, just maybe about a foot or so before it reaches the boundary.
Off the back foot. Pulls that down straight. And that's going to, yes, in fact, passes to both fielders. One converging from the long off area and the other one from long on, and was able to split both of them.
Yeah, again, hitting straight, shortish delivery, and you could see him pulling back and giving himself room and hitting it straight back over the bowler's head. And yet again, Don picking up another important boundary.
Yeah, he's gone to 62 of 95. There is Ahmed. Onto the back foot. He goes this time. Gets a single up to the long on area. So there need to be at least a boundary in every over from here. Still above 7 runs per over. Squeezes that down the backward point. They've gone for 1. Won't come back for the second. But quite noticeably too, the English players, the fielders, have been scampering after everything. They've chased balls down, restricted the batsmen from going back for the second when we thought that there were in fact rooms. There was room rather for the second.
Yeah, but really good work by that short third man, Jack Nelson. Just go just over the mid wicket and goes down to the boundary for 4.
It was a valiant attempt there. It's a little short, and Morris, I think it was, who made that valiant effort, gallant effort to turn it into a catch and couldn't.
So 171 for 4 after 40, and that has been a good over. They know really stepping up. 72 needed from 60 deliveries, and the current rate goes up to 4.28. So this pair really would have come together and doing a good job. West Indies need 243 for victory. And for the 10 overs remaining.
The equation looks a bit better for West Indies. 72 of 60. They've got to go into 2020 mindset and mode now.
And they do have wickets in hand.
Mintu will now take up the bowling attack from the northern or Dabo end. Left arm seamer, none for 19 so far, 5, and will move in over the wicket. Turned neatly down to backward square, gets a single. 72 needed, 59.
This pair has put on 67 so far. Really has a good partnership.
And it's 4.28. So there've been quite noticeably a surge over the last 10 or so deliveries. Mintu again. Turned down to long leg. Gets a comfortable single. Just wondered whether he got too much bat onto that one, refill.
Yeah, probably you're looking to play it a bit finer.
Yes. Just a little tickle. And you get it finer, and then it will go to the fine leg boundary for 4. But he probably got too much bat onto that.
Yeah, there's 2 feelers behind square on the leg side. A long leg, and there's a backward square. So a little bit finer.
Yes.
Certainly would have
Been much more productive. They don't want the run rate to get up to 8. That's going to be quite an asking. But this match is turning out, Rayfield, to be, I think, a much tenser game than we thought it would be. Pulls, and pulls all the way. That's a marvelous shot. It was short, it was asking for it to be pulled, and he hit it in front of square.
Yeah.
And he took it from outside the off stump too. That is what made it even such a wonderful shot.
Yeah, and that illustrates the power of Van Lance's shortest lifting delivery and made it look so easy. He hit it over mid-wicket and went a long way over the boundary for 6.
Yeah, so he's scoring at more than a runner ball now. Well, that was a fine shot. Oh, don't forget there is the deep mid-wicket boundary down there, Rayfield.
Yeah.
And all he can do is just to look at sail over. Look at it sail over his head. That was a lovely shot. Here's Mintu once more. Pushed out on the outside. as Shaquan Bell is coming off the boundary there. Sorry, why did I call Shaquan Bell? I'm sorry. It's a quick shot. No. Over has come to an end. It's 180 for 4, 41 overs gone, 9 overs remaining. And the run rate has now been brought down to the required run rate, that is brought down to exactly 7. I think it's a psychological thing. If they don't see that 6 runs per over thereabout.
Yes, yeah, so 63 needed from nine overs, and with only 4 wickets down, one would think that the batting team is in a pretty good position, and just need to play sensible cricket from here on. And really, they should get to the required total of 243.
Yeah, it's just a pity when you've got lovely cricket matches like this. And that's not just here. I think so many countries across the world, so to speak, where the crowds are no longer there. I can tell you if this were 30 years ago, quite a number of people would have been down here looking at these youngsters. But the spectatorship of cricket has really diminished, decreased quite significantly over the years. There's a call for 2. Can they come back for it? No. They decided against it.
As Morgan pick up the attack from that sudden end, he has first spell 1 for 17 in 5 overs.
Yeah, he bowled well. And he was rather miserly, so let's see whether he can be as miserly in this spell. Turned up to mid-wicket. There's a long chase coming in from deep mid-wicket, just a single.
Yeah, I think they would really need to break this partnership. I think England on the 19, this pair, so far has added 77. They're beginning to play a lot freer.
Yeah, and the field is well spread too, so there are the opportunities for singles and twos, and maybe for the odd boundary here and there. So I think Ripple they can continue how they're going now from the context that picking up singles of every delivery because the fielders are far flung, trying to save boundaries. That's most important. So you can in fact give away ones and twos. Boundaries you don't want to give away.
And it's not a difficulty. There's mid-wicket, really big gap there. And just, as another single is scored, just drop it in mid-wicket, enough time to pick up 2 runs. But they have 4 deliveries in the over so far and 4 singles. So they just want to keep that momentum.
59 runs needed of 50 deliveries. I love matches like this rather than meandering into a one-sided affair. Should turn out to be something exciting. They go to for a single. They've got to hurry. The return comes in at the non-striker's end. Thought about the second run, overthrew, but backed up there in the outfield. 58 needed of 49.
So we got 5 from 5 deliveries, single in each delivery.
But he'd want to close off very well here. It's Morgan, Sebastian Morgan. Can he close it off well? Short, pulls, down to backward square. Single. That completes the over. The current run rate of 4.43 and needed 7.13. 57 of 48 balls. That's the equation. 186 for 4. 42 was gone.
Yeah, and really has been a good stand this pair. Would really bring the West Indies on the 19 team back into contention. They have added 81 so far, and for the 48, 57 run lead and 48 deliveries. One would think still with only 4 wickets down that they are putting themselves in a very good position to bring this game home in getting the 243 that is needed.
Yeah. Nice game we've got here. Really lovely game.
And that went through the backward point hands there, and that ball goes down to the boundary for 4. So a chance went a begging day, but it was struck very hard by Don, as we probably going to see replay the shortish outside the off stump. And I think now we have the license to flash hard, to go at it hard, and just seemingly went through the hands of the backward point fielder.
Yeah, he went after it. He had width. Width was attached. And he latched onto it. Hit it hard, airborne. Maybe should have been taken. And the spearing dive from the sweeper wasn't able to pull it back. But that was very much needed, that boundary. 53 needed, 46 ball. So for the first time in quite a while, it has now gone down. The required run rate is now down to under 7, 6.91. The wickets intact here. There are 4 dismissals, but you've got quite a bit in the hutch, so I would think this would lean a little bit into the West Indies' favor. Pulls down to the mid-wicket boundary, 2/3 to the boundary, and gets a single. I think Van Long has played his role very well. He has scored a runner ball almost, 38 of 37, a little bit better than a runner ball, while Dawn has scored 76 of 105. So both have played very sensibly. Into none for 33. They're both playing with a certain level of freedom and confidence.
Yeah,
But I like that, Revel. The fact is, there didn't seem to be panic.
yeah, I think they kept a cool head even when we think that they really needed to push a lot more, but they kept a cool head. And they're not doing anything rash, but just being a little bit more positive with a stroke play and taking advantage on anything loose to try to get the boundaries. And they haven't been given much, really, much bad deliveries. So it needed them to really concentrate and play sensibly and playing each ball on its merit.
I think they did that too. Rather sagacious in the quest to overhaul this. Well, they haven't done that as yet. But it's all up for grabs here. Mintu in. Dot ball. Welcome dot ball.
But we really couldn't ask for a better opening of the first of these one day matches. I think that you know it, it have been a good competitive game. From the beginning, and we anticipated that the game. We expected it, wanted it to be competitive. It has been. We down to some 43 overs being bowled already, and and no one can say what direction the game goes. So that really gives us a good opportunity to really see both teams, fight for superiority in this particular game. And I don't think we could have asked for a better opening game than this.
You're right. It set the stage now, and wherever it goes, whether England wins this or the West Indies do, it sets the stage for what should be a good series. Hopefully, it's not lopsided in any direction. You certainly want to see a competitive cricket between these two teams, and that's why you've got to enjoy cricket, a game that has so many twists and turns. Pulled in the air, down to deep mid wicket. That turns out to be a fine shot. That's gone for 4. Well, it was not a good delivery. It was dropped short. And onto the back foot went Van Lang. And he took it from outside the off stump and lifted it over long on deep mid wicket area, rather straightish. And that went for 4.
Yeah, he certainly exerts some power. The shortish delivery and quickly into position and hit it onto a vacant long on position. One would think that that's an area where you normally will have something, but they was vacant, and he's picked the spot well.
This time, turn down to backward square. Now they've hustled for 1. Won't come back for the second. The return comes in, good service to the keeper. But they get a single. So 5 runs coming off the first 2 deliveries. 46 needed. 40 deliveries to get there. 197 for 4 in over number 44. Joshua Dawn taking strike. No ball. Signal by the umpire, by Greg Brathwaite. Ooh, can't do that now, Morgan. Can't be overstepping.
This is not the time you want to give extra run.
No,
It's a free hit.
don't want to do that at all. Don't forget the field got to remain as it was originally. Captain cannot make any adjustment. Here comes the free hit. What will he do with it? Has a big heave at that one. And they're going to come back for the second run. So they get 2. I think we've seen as many no balls we've had. The 200 now comes up. 200 for 4. I think we've had about 3 no balls.
That's 5 no balls.
Is it 5? I'm sorry. Well, being rather kind. I've been kind to the Englishmen. It's not 3, it's 5.
Yeah, it's with 11 wides.
Required run rate 6.779. So a little bit more than a run. Ball 43 needed 38. Couple of boundaries will do the West Indies under 19 very well. There's nothing untoward here now at the National Stadium, meaning weather condition is bright, good. It's pretty sunny. Ideal for good, authentic, exciting cricket. This one is pulled down to deep square leg area, and they pick up a single. Didn't cue that all that well, but I think the more important thing is that a single resulted.
Yeah, looking to pull, didn't get hold of it, and just went backward square, just behind the umpire.
Oh, quite a few boundary riders. Wide signal by the umpire, as Morgan is guilty of straying down the leg side.
Yeah,
But of course, you know, Rayford, I'm sorry that the rule is not as harsh as it was with the balls down the leg side. There is a guiding line. So whereas in the past anything that went outside the leg stump was deemed a wide, that has changed in recent times. Pull back past the bowler. Fielder from long on having to run in and across to his left. The batsman cross for a single. So that completes the over. 203 for 4. 44 was gone.
yes. I was just about to make the point that there's 12 wides have been bowled, and really that's too much.
Yeah.
That's already 2 overs. 239, really 40 is needed from 36 delivery, and one would think that really West Indies under 19s were ahead and should get to that total comfortably. I think we know, seeing that there's a little bit of maybe a little bit of lack of discipline. Well, I guess know that West Indies has only lost 4 wickets. Give the batsman the opportunity to be a lot freer, take more chances, and therefore we think that the bowlers now would be up against it and would have it really difficult if they're gonna avoid them from getting that score.
Yeah, it's going to be quite a challenge though. 203 for 4. 40 more runs needed. 36. So here's Fahad Ahmed down the leg side, guilty of straying the extended arms of umpire Carl Tuckett, confirming that that's a no ball, so must be rebowled. Hit straight to extra cover. You know, I could look at Fahan Ahmed bowled for the entire day. It's interesting how he
Start of his run up.
gets a single down to long on as
Has a good spell. He's in his 10th over and 2 for 32. He had a 2 for 4 at one time. So since picking up his first 2 wickets, his first 4 overs,
another single. Ralphie Albert there patrolling that cover.
hit down to mid wicket, the fielder on the boundary. Yet another single. $207 for 4. We over number 45.
And quite noticeable, Raphael, the chirpy expressions and the
Has subsided.
chatting has subsided. Oh, that's a good hit. That's a good hit. That's a good hit. And it's gone all the way. Umpire Tuckett just stood on one leg in his characteristic manner and just threw both hands up in slow motion to say that 6.
Yeah, pitched up and done, got under this one and lifted it way over long on and pick up another maximum. Really a confident shot. And he certainly has played a good inning. He moves to 86.
Could get 100, can't he?
Possibly he could get on the 3 figures.
Huh. They will go through for a comfortable single. Ball just pushed over to the offside out to cover. They get a single. So Dawn will be taking strike. 214 for 445 overs gone. The required run rate now 5.80. So they really brought that down from that over 7 to just over 5.
Yeah, 29 needed from 5 overs. Certainly we both batters are playing. You know, they probably get that rather easily. But just comment on the inning of Don. He certainly has played a captain and played very well. And when it was tough, you know, he stuck it out. And come down to the end, we see now that he's playing a lot freer and not being afraid to clear the boundary.
Right, and not leaving anything per chance. I thought it was a real captain's knock. And let's not forget Jonathan Van Lang, who's played an equally good innings, 47 or 45, and he has an opportunity to get a landmark here. Has an opportunity to get 50. He's 47. Played up to mid-wicket. They'll get a single. Dawn gets his 88th runs. 114 deliveries. What a marvelous partnership this is. What's the partnership there? It's 110, isn't it? Yeah.
And that would have probably missed something when he got to the 100 run partnership. 110.
But I think innings like these, scored by these two young men, should say something to them and also to teammates that look, if we play sensibly, we can do well.
Hit down to backward point for 4. Again, give him his room and played it nicely launched. That brings up his 50. And really, no man moved there.
Well, that was what I was about to say, Raphael. Nobody moved. That's what I loved about that shot. Beautiful.
Yeah, given the room outside the off stump and really flash it over a point or fine third man. And from the time it left the bat, it was 4.
Yeah, there was authority about that shot.
Got 51 in 47 deliveries.
Oh, you just got to applaud these two young men for playing with such maturity. And yes, they've played with dexterity, but I like the fact that they've played so sensibly. That's important. Never seem to be ruffled, never seem to panic, not for one fleeting moment. 23 of 26. And the calling also has been very good too, Ravel. They've been shouting wait or no or yes to. All of those are features of batting and partnership. Importance of communicating to be loud and distinct and clear. Pulls well. Good tumbling stop down a deep backward square. Short delivery. Got into position very quickly. And they got a single.
So that completes over number 46. 221 for 4. So 22 needed from 4 of us.
Gettable.
Yeah, I think it's gettable, and really. I think this pair has done very well. 116 they have put on. And really have turned it around. West Indies, I think, are in front and really in a good position to get the required runs for victory. Needing 22 in 24 deliveries. So I think if they're going to lose from here, really and truly, they will have to really play really poor.
I think they're prepared to play poorly, not from here on, after having done so very well.
Oh, we have seen it happen before.
You're right, got that right.
Yeah.
Jack Nelson.
But I must say that England bowled pretty well. They played well. I mean, even though they would have come out short in this particular game, but I think there are a lot of positive because they bowled really well at the start of the inning.
Yeah, I was just about to say yes, particularly in the start of the innings. I want to say that they became ragged in the second half. No, they haven't. I thought the ball went right through.
I think a lot of credit has to go to the West Indies on the 19 batsmen because they batted really well. This one hit dunked the mid wicket, dunked to the fielder who takes the catch. And Lane, they just go in again. He had to reach for that one. It seemingly stayed down a bit. And looking for the pole. Just had to stretch to reach it. And let's see it here. Short and had to stretch. And went down to that forward square.
Yeah, good catch. But if you notice that one he ended up playing the ball with one hand. But I thought he played his role very well. He can feel very good about himself. It's been a very good knock. 52 or 49. And a run of ball needed. He can go back and feel refill. I have done my share.
Yeah, he certainly has played well. He has done well. They have put on 117 and really would have bring West Indies back into contention and obviously to take full point in this particular game. Again, at that delivery, it was so short that like it was dropping, and he looking to pull, realized he had to reach for it, and was only able to get it down to forward square. But he should feel good about himself. He played a very good inning.
Very good indeed. So Nelson has picked up his first wicket, 1 for 35. He's into his ninth. And he probably would have said to himself, it'll be a shame if I go through my entire bowling performance and not pick up a wicket. But he certainly has, and a very prized one too.
So it's Bell. Jaquan Bell. He bowled so well.
Well, they should get two here. Are they going to come back for the second? No, they decide against it. The ball took it on the edge. It was a full toss and also went behind the keeper. Interesting way to get off the mark. 20 needed from 19. Jack Nelson. Oh. Oh! He has gone through the defense. Dawn is gone. Bowled. Bowled by Jack Nelson. So this has become interesting. And all of a sudden, he's now 3 for 36. And West Indies 223 for 6. They need 20.
Yeah, that's a beauty. Really, it pitched, it turned, and Dondi just looking the plate on the onside. Really, it turned him around, and that ball pitch and hit the off stump. We look at it again. Look him turn it around, and you see angle of the bat looking to turn, and it just moved away and hit the off stump. Tremendous delivery. Again, very good inning. Played a really, really good inning, and he going for 90. And certainly, he's a big blow, but I still believe that there's batting there to get, to get a required run. We need still 20 from 18 from three overs.
Francis comes out. It's a neat little player. Good keeper. And, well, he and Bell new to the crease. That's not an advantage. And England's, I think they're still sensing here. You know what, guys? We're in with a chance.
So you expect more drama? We expect more drama.
Oh, I love it. I love it. I love cricket drama.
Yes.
Off the back foot. Cuts hard. Gets a single.
So Morgan in his ninth over. England requires another 19 runs. Is it 17? 19 runs from 17 deliveries.
That's West Indies.
West Indies, rather.
That's all right. I think we all know who you're referring to, Grave. No question about it. Looking to run the ball down to third man is Francis.
So it's very important to feel now that England sets. You have two new batters. You have a fast bowler bowling, Morgan, who's bowled very well. So the field that is set now is very important in how the field is being set. And there's a long leg right back, third man, right back, and those are two important positions.
19 needed of 16. Morgan. Again,
so
all goes past the probing bat outside the off stump, collected behind the stump.
So mid-wicket right back on the boundary. All right, there's a big gap. I'm not too sure you need that mid-wicket right back on the boundary now. Well, you see, they seem to be listening.
That's right. Good observation.
He's coming in. Even the deep backward square, because certainly you had to be bowling bad for that fielder down there.
Yes.
So that's why I'm saying that the fielding position now will be really, really critical. And this look good.
And then there are new batsmen at the crease too. Oh, he has missed that one too. So we've got 3 consecutive dot balls. 19 needed of 14 balls. And what was looking early on to be a relatively easy task now is turning out to be quite a challenge. It cannot be a single in every ball. There's got to be a boundary somewhere. Yeah, there's the call for 2. But they won't have it, just a single. 18 needed. 13 balls to get there. Can England here serve up a dot ball? Or might Bell belt it to the boundary for 4?
But this is...
The latter would be preferred by the West Indies. wide signal, did he?
Wide down the leg side.
Yes, he signaled it.
Poor delivery. Really,
Oh,
really
no,
poor
he's-
delivery.
He's called no ball. Morgan, you can't be overstepping now. It's too crucial. You can't do that. That's a capital felony. Oh, so 1 to the total, and it's a free hit.
What an interesting decision there. Wide was called, then no ball was called.
Yeah, I just wondered whether both arms were out.
Oh, maybe you probably seen it wrong.
Had a big swing at that one, bowled him. But don't forget that was a free hit.
This is why this game is called Game of Glorious Uncertainties. Certain. Yeah.
Well, I think this over coming up refill is going to be very critical. Now 17 needed of 12. This over got to yield at least 10. Got to yield at least 10. Or if not, well, I don't know. You don't want to have 12 in the last over. That's going to be very difficult.
So we have Minto bowled 7 overs. And Morgan has just completed his 9th over.
Well, here is
going back to spin.
Down the leg side, turned behind square. They can only get a single. The other thing is that if he had left that alone, it would have been called a wide, and he would have had another delivery to face. It's that back past the bowler. Bowler gets a hand to it. He didn't take the single, did he?
No, he didn't take the single.
Oh no. That's strange. It's a strange decision, isn't it? Oh, he's probably looking for the biggie.
I would think Francis would have missed a number of deliveries in the last over, and he would probably want to take most of the strike and hit this
in
one.
the air.
This one goes
That's
all
going. It's going and it's gone all the way. That's the reason he didn't take the single. Oh, he lifted that in a rather imperious manner. It's as if he knew what he wanted to do. And he picked his spot well, hit it very well, and it went soaring over long on. That's a lovely shot. That's why he said to Francis, no, I won't take the single. As you quite rightly observe, that Francis did miss about 3 deliveries. So, 10 runs needed of 9 legal deliveries. This has brought it a little bit more comfortable for West Indies. Just over a runner ball. This one in the air, and was it taken?
No, just
No,
dropped
just
short
short.
of the short third man.
It was airborne for a while. But the single averted. 8 runs coming in this over. They need to score at least 10 from it, as I said earlier on. They get a single. Down to a short, straightish third. 8 runs needed of 7 legal deliveries. This is the final ball coming up in this over. Can Francis do something special with it? Can he? Can he? Can he? Yes, he can. Oh, it's gone all the way. That's a big blow. That's a huge blow. So the West Indies, they've inched closer, 2 needed of the last over. Well, he aimed it well, picked his spot well, pulled that left pad out of the way, and lifted it nicely over the deep mid-wicket area. And that went soaring until gravity prevailed and pulled it down, but not before it crossed over the boundary line.
Yes, certainly has been a poor over bowled by Nelson there. Short deliveries, really short delivery, and it was picked up hit over mid wicket. And certainly that would have really take everything out from the English team. And that over going for two maximum. And West Indies now require just two in the final over, two in the final over. But I was making the point that that particular what you said is a very important over. I would have been thinking that here it is. Let me bring back my fast bowler, even though he would have picked up both wickets. But I think the West Indies had really nothing to lose, and they could have swing anything with the spinner. It's easier to go with. I probably would have bring back my left arms opening bowler and Minto to bowl that final over. And but the choice was made, and we've seen what happened in that particular over.
Well, when they get back to the dressing room or when they're having their team meeting later on tonight, that might well be a top observation that the coaches might bring to the captain, Ahmed. There's the final over coming up. And Morgan from the river end is going to move in and he's going to bowl to Francis. They're going to go for the single. It was, in fact, a dangerous one, but they got it. Throw us to the non-striker's end. So 1 run needed to win this game in the final over. West Indies having the advantage here. 1 to win. Scores are level now. Shall we see this in this delivery coming up? Morgan to Bell. And he pulls. Pulls well. Fine shot. That's gone. 4 runs. And oh, what a lovely victory here for the West Indies. I'm sure there'll be celebration and smiles, and the England team would be crestfallen. But that was a lovely shot too, really. It was the shot that won the match. Short, the fielders were inside, and he pulled it down to backward square. Congratulations to the West Indies team. I thought they played very good cricket indeed. I thought the English players were a little short. They should have gotten up to maybe 280. That's what it looked like earlier on. And then they seemed to have faded away in the end. And so the West Indies have won this first match in the 7-match contest played here at the National Stadium. And what a match it turned out to be. It was keenly contested by both teams.
Yeah, I think, and congratulations to the West Indies team. I think they played well. They batted well to get up to that score. That was required 243 for victory. But I think all in all, this is a sort of competitive game that we all were looking for. The first encounter, very competitive, and the result could have only been decided when you come down to the final over. But again, both teams would look at this game and sort of glean, see where they go from there. As we realize, there are some areas we think, they would look at. But I think all in all, they should be very pleased with that first game.
Yes, I think they must be very pleased about it. And all in all, the Englishmen will go back to the drawing board. They will conclude that they should have played much better than they have played. I think they had a great opportunity to score 280, maybe to 300 runs, faded away in the end. But we must still give credit to the West Indian bowlers who kept to their task and bowled very well indeed. And then losing an early wicket, set back and going at just over 3 runs per over early up in the innings. And as the innings increased and they got a little better, and what a wonderful innings by Dawn. It's a pity that he didn't get his 100, but he really played his hand very well.
Yeah, I think at 50 for 3, as I said, England would have made a good start bowling against the West Indies team. But again, we saw some depth in that the middle. They really settled on and batted well, coming off 50 for 3. And being even down to the end, I thought that they were able to do pretty well and was able to bring this match home. So, one have to give a lot of credit to the way the guys would have played. Just a quick, as we await the presentation downstairs, Brian, he was caught by London Bowl Ahmed, and just to get this, just looking to get the scorecard there. England 242 in 46.2 overs, most 59, Falconer 44, Nelson 31, 2 for 27, Pollard, Shaquille Bell 2 for 26, and Tilakani 2 for 58. West Indies under 19, 49.2 overs, 246 for 6. Joshua Dawn top scoring with 90 from 190 deliveries. Van Lang 52 from 50, and Tilkanaki 20, and Jack Nelson 3 for 50, Amit 2 for 41, and Morgan 1 for 49. So in West Indies won by 4 wickets. I think they are just about to have the presentation.
So let's go downstairs to Clive John with the post-match ceremony.
Okay, so welcome to the post-match presentation, and we are here to present the man of the match as adjudicated by our match referee, Mr. Carl Felix. And we have the president of the Grenada Cricket Association, Mr. Norman Gilbert, and he's going to present the man of the match to none other than Joshua Dawn, a really outstanding innings of 90 runs to steer his team to victory here this afternoon. Number 1, Joshua Dawn. So there we had it, man of the match presented by the president. Back up to you, Riffel and Stevenson.
So Joshua Dawn, of course, did well and deservedly to get in the man of the match. So West Indies under 19 men, they've won by 4 wickets, and to go 1 up in the 7-match series, all will be played here at the National Stadium. Of course, the players are going to be off tomorrow, God's willing.
Yeah, it will be off tomorrow, I guess, and doing the normal practice session. Be back here on Wednesday for the second encounter. But this is a beautiful start for the first encounter. Very close, very tight, down to the final over. And one could expect coming back for the second encounter, we again will have maybe a tremendous fight.
Yes, lovely match where both teams played very good cricket indeed. And with the West Indies going 1 up in the series, let's wait until we get onto that second match to see who is going to win. Will England square it, or will the West Indies go up 2? We'll have to wait and see. It was an absolute pleasure and privilege to bring the broadcast here to you, and of course on behalf of our technical personalities and of course our commentary team. Thank you very much, and join us for match number 2.